Well, good day. Happy Wednesday. For those of you in the Windsor, Essex County area, happy snowy Wednesday. That was a shock. One of our daughters went running around the house with a candle listening to Christmas music and baking. That's the kind of Wednesday it's been so far. How are you doing out there? In the immortal words of Mr. Bruce Springsteen, is there anyone alive out there? Let's hope more yes than no. Welcome to another Face-to-Facebook livecast. You'll notice that up in the corner here, or up on the sidebar here, we've got some wonderful new images, courtesy of our friend David Michael from Rockstar Music Hall. Doing some pretty wonderful stuff for me. It's awesome. I love it. Makes it look even more professional. Now we just gotta deal with this. That's all. There's some wonderful people on the program. Hey, Mr. Joe Claus. Some wonderful people on the program today. I'm excited to talk to them all. Did my customary nap prior to the show and woke up more tired than ever. More tired than ever. I'm starting to think it's a bad idea, but I just can't can't shake it, man. Oh boy. I was gonna answer one question from one of the guests here, wanting to know what time they're starting, and I thought that we had put it out there, but all right. I'm starting to drag these intros out a little bit so that I give my voice a little bit of time to warm up. Oh boy. Let's see here. We're going to do this song. This is a band from my youth, back when I used to be a young punk, heavily into the ska movement with my good high school chums. And they're a band that made a bunch of weird cameos in some John Hughes type-esque films from the 80s and from LA called Fishbone. I heartily endorse if you've been following me on Fishbook. That should be the band's fan thing, Fishbook. Oh my goodness. If you've been following me on Facebook, you'll know that I've recently participated in the album challenge. And their breakout album, Fishbone, was definitely on that list. I saw them more times than I could count at St. Andrew's Hall in Detroit, which still is an amazing venue. I think it's still around. Back in the days where you could pile 9 of us in a Plymouth Horizon to get over the border, so that we could go and check these guys out. So awesome, good times, good memories. This is from the Truth and Soul album, and it's a song about social change, which I think is something we can all relate to these days. There's a light on a hill that's spread out in the distance, and it calls out my name. It calls out for a change. Faraway voices, they want their own choices. It's time for a plea as it calls out for change. womankind. Billows out many winds, youth cry out for today, strength cry out for change. Yet it seems clear to me, it pounds inside my soul. What don't we all see? We can cry out for change. Ooh, change. Inside our hearts, there's a love you can feel it, a love that assures we can cry out for change. The dark clouds that did dance, blue skies here before me, make it plain to my eyes. We can cry out for change. There we go. Lovely little tune in the social protest song vis-a-vis the Bob Dylan era. Hey, everybody. Cindy, yes, wonderful shirt. This is from the fantastic company in Windsor, branddead.com, brand-dead.com, who makes all kinds of T-shirts from companies of the bygone era. Beaver Lumber, Big V. I wore a Big V shirt the other day. It was such a hit we were going to call the show the Big V Show. Jocelyn Laporte, how many blue shirts do you own? Not that many. How many shirts do I own? That's a different story. I'm going to tell you a true story now. We decided one day that I needed to weed out the shirts that I no longer really wear, and just keep the ones that are, have a special place in my heart. And of course, these are shirts that fit me in my youth when I was a tall, thin, lanky lad, and not the behemoth that appears before you today. And so there's lots of these shirts that I could no longer simply fit into. So we took 3 large size hefty garbage bags full of these shirts, and we donated them to Goodwill or St. Vincent de Paul or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly the place, but anyway, after that was done, I still have 2.5 dressers full of just T-shirts. So anybody that knows it will tell you that I'm a jeans and T-shirt guy. I loathe wearing a suit. I've pretty much always loathed wearing a suit. Can't stand it. When my time on this earth is done, I will be buried in jeans and a T-shirt. Hopefully a sarcastic T-shirt of some kind. It's just how I roll, folks. One of the ones that got given away was my Fishbone T-shirt that I purchased at the Fishbone concert, and I rue that to this day. But by that point, it started to look like a halter top, a really tight-fitting halter top. And you're welcome for that mental image, by the way, that you'll never be able to get out of your head. And yes, Jocelyn, right? These days, it is definitely more like T-shirt and PJs. These fantastic. At least you'll notice that I'm color coordinated. I have a blue shirt and blue plaid pajama pants, because this is the new normal, folks. This is how we go to work now. All right. I'm going to be winding up toward our first guest shortly. It's going to be interesting to talk to, because it's going to be a sort of a generational thing. He's a younger The younger son of a musician friend of mine and a fine musician in his own right, from Stillwater, Minnesota. So we get another international perspective and an international and younger person's perspective. So I'm all about that. I want to talk to as many different people as we can. Let's try this one. Something about that didn't smell right to me. I think it's because it was wrong. Let's try it again. Thought I forgot, didn't you? Never forget the wood block. My daddy was the family baseman. My mama was an engineer. And I was born one dark gray morn with music coming in my ears, in my ears. They call me the baby driver. And once upon a pair of wheels, I hit the road and I'm gone. What's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. Down the road, what's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. My dad was a prominent frog band. My mom was in the Naval Reserve. When I was young, I carried a gun, but I never got the chance to serve. I did not serve. Well, they call me the baby driver. Once upon a pair of wheels, I hit the road and I'm gone. What's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. Scoot down the road and what's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. Down the road, and what's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. My daddy got a big promotion. My mama got a raise in pay. There's no one home, we're all alone. All come into my room and play. Yes, we can play. I'm not talking about your pigtails, I'm talking about your sex appeal. Hit the road and I'm gone. What's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. Ba 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 ba. Scoot down the road. What's my number? I wonder how your engines feel. Shine a light. There we go. A little bit of Simon and Garfunkel from the Bridge Over Troubled Water album, Baby Driver. I can't do the funky little riff that Paul does. It's like an acoustic bluesy riff right at the very beginning. It just sells the whole song. So I have to make up my own little thing. There was a movie out recently called Baby Driver. I watched the whole damn movie just waiting for that song. And as they approached the end of the movie, I'm like, those sons of bitches. They didn't do it. And then they threw it in there. I'm like, how do you make a movie called Baby Driver and not put in a song called Baby Driver? Here's a little bit of trivia for you, a little bit of Simon and Garfunkel trivia. Hang on, let's take a swig of tea here. So, Mike Nichols was making a movie and asked Simon and Garfunkel, who were all the rage at the time, if they would provide the soundtrack for it. And they kept putting it off, and every time he would call, they had nothing new to report. And they didn't know anything about the project, really, and there was not very much communication going back and forth. And finally, Mike Nichols called up in desperation and said, listen, just give me something. Give me something. And Paul said, I don't know, we've got this tune we've been working on called Mrs. Robinson. You might be able to do something with that. And Mike Nichols nearly dropped the phone and said, I'm making a movie called The Graduate, in which case the lead character is named Mrs. Robinson. You have a song called Mrs. Robinson you haven't told me. Anyway, the song went in there and became an international hit. Just thought people would like to know. No rhyme or reason to it. That's just a little tidbit from me to you. Well, let's do this one again. We always get requests for this one. Hey, Rob Rosati. Good to see you. Might have some Pearl Jam up my sleeve for you. And Mr. Kenny Laforest, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Night falls, now I'm alone. Skin chilled me to the bone. You turn match on a fire, cold as ice as a dead man's touch. A whisper on the screen, it doesn't change a thing, it doesn't bring you back. Blue on black. Blind. Now I see lies in between. Wrong can't be undone. Gonna slip right from the tip of my tongue. Hey, blue on black, tears on the river, push on the shove and it don't mean much. Joker on a jack, match on a fire, cold as ice, it's a dead man's touch. A whisper on the screen doesn't change a thing, doesn't bring you back. Oh yeah, blue on black, blue on black. Hey, blue on black, tears on the river, push on the shove and it don't mean much. Joker on a jack, match on a fire, cold as ice, it's a dead man's touch. A whisper on the screen doesn't change a thing, doesn't bring you back. Blue on black. Hey, blue on black, tears on the river, push on the shove and it don't mean much. Joker on jack, match on fire, cold as ice, it's a dead man's touch. Whisper on the screen doesn't change a thing, doesn't bring you back. Blue on black, blue on black, blue on black, oh, blue on black. There's our upper notes indicating the song is over. Love it, love it, love it. Mr. Rosati, any Boss tonight? Yeah. That's a silly question. Of course we're going to play some Springsteen. Jocelyn, sorry I can't stick around tonight. Working on some of my own new music inspired by watching this every night. Aw. Hopefully I can come up with something good enough. I can have you play it on here. Yeah, well, that's a given. We've heard you play. You're awesome. Consider it time allocated whenever you're ready. All right. Well, Rob, do you have any preference for Boss? You let me know. And hey, Tammy, thanks. That is a good song. I enjoy it thoroughly. I enjoy it more when I'm singing it with the wonderful little Mr. David Michael, because he's singing it and it sounds much better. And I get to add some tasty harmony. So there is that. In the meantime, while we're waiting for Mr. Rosati to let us know what Springsteen he wants, I'm going to do like a... We've done this song before, and we've done it with a beat behind it like it is on the record. But I think it would be more poignant to do it kind of in a really hushed fashion. So we're going to try that. This is from The Rising. And He wrote this song for the heroes of 9/11, and we are going to play this song today for all of the frontline workers and heroes that are everyday heroes who are doing what they think are everyday things, but are actually keeping us going and keeping us all alive. So let's do this. Blood red circle on the cold dark ground. The rain's falling down. The church door's thrown open. I can hear the organ song. The congregation's gone. My city of ruins. My city of ruins. Now the sweet veils of mercy drift through the evening trees. Young men on the corner like scattered leaves. The boarded up windows, the empty streets, while my brother's down on his knees. My city of ruins. My city of ruins. Well, come on, rise up. 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 Come on. Tears on the pillow, darling, where we slept. You took my heart when you left. Without your sweet kiss, my soul is lost, my friend. Now tell me, how do I begin again? My city's in ruins. My city's in ruins. Now with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, with these hands, I pray, Lord, with these hands, with these hands, pray for the strength, Lord, with these hands. Pray for the faith, Lord, with these hands. With these hands, pray for the love, Lord, with these hands. With these hands, pray for the lost, Lord, with these hands. With these hands, pray for the world, Lord, with these hands. With these hands, we're gonna rise up. Come on. Come on, rise up. 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 All right, and I saw your requests in there, Mr. Rosati, so we will get to those right after we get to our first guest, who is anxiously waiting in Minnesota, which it felt very much like a Minnesota day today, with our sudden, violent snowstorm. I always thought it was kind of interesting that you could have a violent snowstorm. Like, the snow just seems so innocent. All right. Well, we're getting Mr. Colin Bracewell on the line, and we're going to ask him just to turn his phone sideways so we can get a nice wide landscape video shot. There we go. I see him. I see him. All right. Let me pull him over. Mr. Colin Bracewell, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm also doing well, thank you. It's good to see you. It's good to see that you appear to be in good health. How is everybody over there? Everybody okay?
Um, yeah, we're good. Trying to stay busy. Hold on, let me try and get
I,
this
was, I, I
camera.
like the slow tracking shot of the phone as it's
Yeah.
disappearing.
There you go. Yeah, no, we're good. Um we're just, getting reconnected and everything. I was off in university, so it was nice to kind of see the whole family and yeah, it's been good. It's definitely a change. But we're making it work, you
Good,
know.
good.
How
Uh,
about you?
Well, thank you for asking. I'm doing very well. Yeah, everybody here is doing well. We're staying busy. Obviously, I'm staying busy by being silly and doing this five
Good for
hour thing
you.
every day.
This is
So
awesome.
it's not bad, right? Um, well, I don't know if anyone has noticed looking at the two shots of us here on the screen together, but one of us is significantly younger than the other. And I think it's important that we kind of get perspective from somebody in a different age group, because I think that you're at that point in your life where being social and being out in among your friends is so fundamentally important. And tell me, how are you dealing with that right now?
um it's hard because I was actually just on the phone with my one of my good friends, and he's also back from university. He was studying in Amsterdam, and it's it's hard because everyone's now home, you know. So everyone's in Minnesota. Everyone's kind of where everyone was in high school, um, but this is just restricting us to hang out or do anything like that, and so it's hard because um, everything, like it's there, the potential is there, um, but and all these people that you've missed for so long. I haven't seen these people in more than like 6 months, and so it's hard because you really want to kind of reunite with them, and it's just not gonna happen. You just yeah. So it's sad, especially because um, even when I was in university, there were so many events and so many shows that I was gonna, be a part of, that just all kind of got scrapped,
Yeah.
um, and so it's just hard to kind of take a step back and be like, what am I gonna do now? And I'm still kind of trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out how to schedule my day.
Sure.
Um, but just kind of keep on because I'm still on school. I'm still doing school at home. Um, but it's kind of just doing school and trying to figure out a way to, reach out to my, audience on Instagram and doing stuff like this on Facebook. Um, but it is a change, and but you're making it work, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's fun because it's making me learn things about myself, that I didn't know that I had, and it's making me realize, I don't really like this about me, or I need to change this about me,
Yeah.
to keep me more engaged because it's so easy just to whip out your phone and just go spend hours
Yeah,
wasting time on
disconnect.
YouTube,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. We had another guest on that was talking about, this is an excellent time now for personal accounting, right? To kind of take back and look at yourself when you're forced to look at yourself and be very introspective and say, okay, these are the things I'm doing well, and these are the things that I can change, and these are the things that absolutely need to disappear. And I've come to start calling it the cocoon period or the chrysalis period, right? Right, we're kind of like isolated inside ourselves right now, and we're like trying to figure out exactly what we're going to become when we come out of this thing. So it's an opportunity to recognize the very best things in ourselves and bring those forward. Um,
Exactly.
you are in a very different region than we are. I mean, I guess climate wise, you're sort of the same. We had a giant snowstorm today. I was like, what is happening right now?
Yeah, we
Um,
got that. We got that yesterday. So
Okay.
so I'm
So
I'm a little bit ahead of you for
okay,
sure.
perfect, perfect. What's the social climate there like, and especially from your perspective, how are people handling this? Are people kind of falling in line and respecting the social distancing rules, or is there beginning to get a little bit of unease and kind of we're gonna do what we want to do kind of thing? Like, how does it feel out there?
I think, well, I'm pretty close to Minneapolis and St. Paul, so everyone here is pretty aware of how serious the situation is. Um, but I'm still in the suburbs. So for example, on Saturday it was like mid 50s, so it was beautiful. And so of course we went on a walk. Because it was, you got to take that in. You got to make sure to have that. Um, outside time just to,
Sure.
take a step back from the screens and all that stuff. But as we were driving to this kind of this place where we always go on these nice nature escape walks, we went to like the downtown area. We have in Stillwater, we have this kind of nice, cute downtown area. And I was shocked to see the amount of people just kind of walking around.
Hanging out.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's weird because the shops obviously here they're not open, you know, and so the restaurants are just there for takeout and stuff. But um, I don't know, I just saw people walking around and I was just kind of confused and almost upset,
Yeah.
um, if we just kind of all work together on this, we can just nip it in the bud.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so I don't know. I think overall everyone is trying really hard to do this, and it's hard because no one's ever experienced anything like this.
Right. At least
We've
not.
never experienced anything like this. So obviously, we're all going to make some mistakes, but I do think overall people are listening and are trying to stay inside and trying to do what's best.
Yeah,
So.
that's good. I mean, it's important to note that humanity has experienced this before. Just none of us in our lifetime have experienced it.
Hmm.
We went through this in the or late 20s. So yeah, it's one of those 100-year phenomenons that you
Hmm.
can't just go back in your immediate memory and go, oh yeah, I remember 10 years ago when we were all locked down, the world's economy shut down. Yeah, it was good times. Um, and I got to
Yeah.
tell you, I know exactly, or I have a picture in my head exactly of the downtown you're talking about. It's like every small town movie ever made, with like the four corner crossway and like the old bank and the feed store and stuff like that. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that that's what it's
Yeah.
like, but that's exactly what in my head where I went to, and somewhere Kevin Costner is strolling down the street while leaves
You
blow
nailed it.
across the
Yeah.
pavement. So listen, tell me what are you doing to kind of occupy yourself with? I know you said you're still in school and you're doing schoolwork from home, and that's fantastic and good on you for keeping up that regimen. But do you have any pointers for somebody that may have a bit of a challenge right now, trying to fill that time and keep themselves active or keep their minds active? Like, what are you doing to kind of fill the endless hours as they while away?
Well, what I am doing is just spending a lot of time on YouTube, which is not what I'm supposed to do. So I'm trying really hard not to do that. But the biggest thing that has helped me is making a daily planner. That is probably the number one thing. So I get up around 7:30 every day, and then when it's not freezing cold out, I try to go on a walk. I have a dog, so we go on a walk around the block or however many, however long. And so just that alone, just kind of, restarts things and refreshes things. Um, and then, after that, then I have my first class at 8:30 most days. And then after that, I kind of, do the whole breakfast thing. And then I don't know, it is very helpful for me. I'm very trying to plan things because I do get off tasks very, very easily. Um, but then especially because I'm still wanting to do music and I'm still a musician and that's a big part of my life.
Sure.
I actually block out um, hours in a day just to focus on music. So after I have breakfast, I spend an hour just writing, and then I go back to school and work on that, and then I have like lunch or something like that, and then I go back, and then now I'm going to focus on what covers or material I'll create for my Instagram or YouTube channel or something
Sure.
like that. And then I go back and do homework. But then another thing is just kind of see what is going on in the world. That's probably the biggest thing, to just like see what people like, and just kind of the biggest thing for me is just trying to figure out what my audience um, finds that I do well, and then what they like, so I can hopefully
Sure.
combine that and make something happen. But definitely planning is the biggest thing. And yeah, I mean, if you're stuck with your phone or something like that, what I've been doing is just literally grabbing it and placing it downstairs,
Right. Yeah.
in my basement. I just leave it downstairs so I can do my work. And it's amazing how much time you actually have in the day.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. I want to touch on two things there. One is, what does your school day look like now, and do you think that they're doing an adequate job in keeping you prepared and keeping you focused and mentally challenged, and then also, how's the music going? Is it tough being doing what we're all doing now, which is basically just virtually giving concerts?
Hmm. Um, so yeah, kind of like as a thing, I mean, everyone has to understand that this is new to everyone,
Sure. Sure.
educators as well. So obviously things can't be perfect, and especially with like my major. I mean, I'm I'm in voice, both performance and marketing. So a lot of my music classes have just kind of, I mean, I've had to write a lot more papers, just which is too bad. But I mean, there's this like ear training, and there's piano classes and stuff like that that are just, you can't recreate that because not
Sure.
everyone has that same opportunity of going to a piano, and doing that. So kind of it sucks because I definitely am losing that opportunity to like gain and work on those skills.
Right.
Um, but I will say that they are doing a good job, um, with what we've been given.
Sure.
Engagement wise, um, we have big lectures, and it's hard because you can just put yourself on mute and
And
close
go on
your video
YouTube. Yeah.
camera and just go on your phone,
Yeah.
and disengage and just move on. So that is also really difficult, and I've talked to a lot of my friends who are in the same classes, and they're struggling with the same thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that might be like just a personal thing as well, because I have never been able to do well with online classes.
Right.
I really need that
Connection.
in person, yeah,
Yeah.
interaction.
Absolutely.
Um,
Not to
so
mention the
yeah,
fact that most of us who went into the liberal arts in the first place did that to try to avoid writing as many papers as possible.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, so it's definitely an adjustment, and I of course would rather be on campus, and I
Yeah.
would rather be in the classroom, and I'd rather do all that stuff, but that just isn't possible.
Sure.
Uh, but we're making it work, and I guess for music, um, kind of like I said, I've tried to do at least a few covers a week, kind of one where it's like following like the new music Fridays. I know Spotify and stuff like that, they post new music every Friday, and they have that playlist, and so that's always nice to kind of um, you know create something and have that pressure, to keep you motivated to hey, I'm gonna release this song, a cover of the song by the end of today,
Right.
just because it's fresh or whatever. And then I try to do on Wednesdays or Thursdays, kind of midweek. I try to instead pick kind of more of a classic song that I really appreciate,
Sure.
or a song from like a local artist that I really enjoy, just to kind of get that broad spectrum.
Yeah,
Uh,
the thing that kind of disturbs me in that sentence only is that when you say a classic song, it's probably something from the '90s. That's
yeah, yeah. Hey, the '90s is great. I love it. Can't get
yeah. It's
enough.
just that was those were my post-teen years. So
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I guess um, Yeah, that's what I've been doing, and I'm kind of trying to um, once again write more. I kind of took a big break because I mean, luckily I was able to do 6 to 7 gigs a month when I was in university
Hmm.
with my band and solo. So that was really nice. But obviously, I mean, I think so far I've had eight eight shows that have just been canceled from all of this.
Yeah.
And obviously, like luckily, I'm fortunate that I don't rely on it as like an income or anything.
Hmm.
So I don't need that in that sense. But it's it's definitely it sucks. It stinks not being able to share and play with your band and your mates and create that and write with them. But
And
I guess I've also kind of moved over to going back to writing by myself because I did lose that and I've really kind of missed that, and I'm glad I'm doing that again.
and not only that, but there's, as any performer will tell you, there's a certain energy that you feed from a live audience, and
Hmm.
not having that is really challenging. Um, I hope that what you'll do for all of the people that are watching, make sure in the comments when we're done this, make sure you post a link to where we can find some of your fine work, so that we can all share in it. That would be fantastic. I see that you have a guitar with you, and
I do. I didn't really know what the situation was today, so I
yeah.
brought it just
So
in case.
so
But
so here's the info. Um, Facebook Messenger. So we've tried this so far with Facebook Messenger, Duo, Teams, uh, Zoom, FaceTime. We've run the gamut of instant messaging clients to try to get decent quality audio. Now, streaming to Facebook, like to Facebook Live,
hmm
audio sounds great. I mean, we sound wonderful right now. There's something about the two-way communication client where there's some kind of echo cancellation or background noise suppression. So when people try to play music and then they start singing, the software thinks, "Oh my goodness, we need to bring the background noise down," and it kills all the music. I'll tell you that the first like 3 or 4 shows that I did, I was doing it all through a web-based client, and it was garbage. Like the end of it, I was just pulling my hair out. I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. Um, the only client we found where music seems to come through okay is Skype. Uh,
Oh,
and I don't know why. I know that on my Mac, I'm able to actually hack the one of the configuration files to tell it to disable echo cancellation permanently inside the program. Um, and that's the only way we've been able to get music where when you play the guitar or when somebody plays piano or whatever and sings at the same time, that the level of everything remains the same. So um,
shoot.
I,
Well,
I,
that's
I
okay.
am I'm 100% in favor of you trying something. I just can't guarantee that it's going to sound good.
I
Um,
mean, well, it's totally up to you. I'm your guest, so whatever you want to do is fine. This has been great so far, so thank you for having me.
yeah, of course.
But well, yeah, whatever you want to do.
Well, what I think we can do, for the time, do you have Skype?
Um, I have a
Yeah.
lot of things, but I don't think I have
Okay.
Skype.
Well, this might be something that we could set up because really, I just don't want it to sound bad. I don't want people to walk away with going, "Wow, I mean that, you know, could have
Look at
been
that
could have been
guy.
great."
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's wrong with that guy?
I don't know what's wrong with this guitar. So what we can do in the meantime, do you have like YouTube footage out there of yourself
I
playing?
do. I
Okay.
do. I released a song that I wrote in this quarantine for this madness, and I released the YouTube link. I think last Friday.
Okay.
So
So what we can do is leave that link in the comments and people can check it out. But I can also pull it into the broadcast later as well.
yeah, that'd be
I
awesome.
think that
I,
might be a better way to do it. And again, don't get me wrong. I love nothing more than for you to play live right now. It's just I have a feeling it's going to sound terrible because of the software. That's
no,
all I
I
can
totally
say.
understand. Well,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well, before before we start it, and then you review this later, and you're like, "Well, I'd like to thank Christopher for ruining my career."
Yeah.
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 I want to ask you 2 questions that I've been asking most guests, and it'd be kind of interesting to see it from your perspective. What's the one thing that you miss the most about the way that life used to be a few weeks ago? And in comparison to that, finding yourself having to be a shut in, has there been anything that surprisingly has brought you comfort or joy that you didn't expect?
Hmm. Okay. Um, so something that I have missed. Um, I mean, it's pretty basic, but definitely like just human interaction. With not because obviously you have different dynamics with your family than your friends, and so I do definitely miss just being able to talk and express exactly how I feel with my friends. Talk about college stuff and talk about life and all that stuff, and that's just kind of out the window, and it sucks. So that's definitely something that I miss.
For sure.
But something that I've grown, that I've found out about myself that I enjoy, is that kind of
Not necessarily that you found out about yourself, but just the fact that now that we've been regulated to be at home and
the.
be in this isolation period, and a lot of people are kind of a little afraid of that because of what am I going to do? Has there been anything during this period that has surprisingly brought you joy or comfort that you didn't really expect?
Um, Probably, yeah, probably the amount of time that I've been able to increase in my music making. That's something that I've really appreciated, and I've just kind of um, yeah, it was almost like a fate thing because I've always wanted to, or not wanted to, but I've needed to kind of pull back um, from performing and stuff like that, just because you write X amount of songs, and you kind of use those songs over and over again, um, in your shows and stuff, and so I was especially from other people, my mentors who were like, hey, the biggest thing that you need to do right now is write and work on that, and just kind of write X amount of songs, and then hopefully out of 20 or 30, hopefully one song might be something that we could work on.
Sure.
And so in that sense, I've really appreciated this time alone, just because I've always wanted to, and I've always needed to, in my career, as a musician, and I'm glad that now's the time to finally do that. So
Yeah, that's good.
yeah.
And as far as writing in bulk, I'm gonna leave you with this. During the writing of the Thriller album and the writing of the Born to Run album, Michael Jackson had about 90 different songs to choose from that he had to boil down to 9 or 10 for Thriller, and Springsteen had about 70 songs that he had to boil down to those 9, 10, or 11 that they ended up choosing. So uh, I'm expecting a fantastic album to come out of this. That's what I'm saying. No
Yeah,
pressure, no pressure,
me
but
too. Me
yeah.
too. Yeah.
Listen, Colin, I thank you very much for your perspective on this, and for being willing to be a participant and not being horribly disappointed in not being able to perform live. But we're going to figure that out one way or another. I mean, if there's a way that we can maybe have you find Skype and install it, make sure it works, and then when we can give it another shot. Because trust me, folks, you're missing out on a real talent and a real treat. And
Well, thank you. I
no,
appreciate it.
no worries. You don't have to thank me. I thank you. And yeah, but please drop in links where people can check you out. And then, if you wouldn't mind, send me in a direct message. Send me a link to stuff that I can pull down. We can use later.
For sure. Well,
Sound
thank
good?
you for inviting me. This was great, and it was nice to reconnect, because it's been a while.
That's right. That's right. It's
Yeah.
been a while since the rock star stage, for sure.
Yeah.
And I notice your pops is over here in the comments saying hello, and he wants you to play San Francisco, which unfortunately we can't get to yet,
Shoot.
but we'll get there. We'll get there one way or another, Wayne. We'll
I
we'll
can't
get there.
wait. Yeah.
Is there anybody you want to just give a shout out to while you're still
I
here? And
mean, I guess while you're here, hi, Dad. I'm glad you're doing well. I hope you're staying busy. Thanks for tuning in. Love you. And I don't know. I mean, I guess shout out to all the musicians, and I totally forgot all the doctors and all the nurses and all those
Yeah,
people. Oh my goodness. My aunt is a nurse in Windsor. I'm trying to remember which hospital she works at. But I mean, it's crazy. She had a scare a couple of days ago, where they thought that her one of her patients had it, and they sent her home, and it was a kind of a scary time for us. She FaceTimed us and talked about it all, but luckily it was just a false alarm.
sure.
Um, but I mean, yeah, go all of them, and just their bravery, and just still doing it.
Yeah,
So
excellent.
there you go. Yeah.
Well, I was hoping to talk to somebody from a younger generation, but it appears that you are mature beyond your years, sir. So
Oh no.
I will continue my search for for these
Great.
so-called
Well, thank
feckless,
you. Yeah.
irresponsible youth that I keep hearing so much about. So, thank you very much, and I want make sure that everybody over there stays safe and is healthy, and keep in contact. Just because we're isolated doesn't mean we have to remove all kinds of contact, right? We can do things like this and still see another human being's face, and take part in their joy and their laughter, and all
Hmm.
that good stuff. So, thank you, sir. And I look forward to watching the stuff that you're going to drop in the comments, and I'm sure everybody else is.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you.
All right, my friend. You take care.
Thanks. You too.
Well, there we had Mr. Colin Bracewell coming to us from Stillwater, Minnesota, which I'm happy to report. Kevin Costner walks down the leaf-strewn streets in the autumn, and somewhere behind him, Julia Roberts comes running along. That's the movie that plays out in my head. I'm not sure. All right. Well, we had a request long before, and see that's actually one of the really neat things right there is that conversation. When I originally started, I'm like, we're going to keep them about 10 minutes, and it'll be really quick. But then every once in a while, you just get these amazing conversations that just happen organically, and let's take advantage of that. So that one went on for a while, and I'm glad. Also because it eats up time that I should be performing. Oh dear. Well, we had a request for some Bruce Springsteen, and while I was waiting to hear what Mr. Rob Rosati wanted to hear, I played one that was really, I think, appropriate to the time, and he's got one in here which is fantastic. He wants to hear "Downbound Train" from the Born in the USA album, and I love that album. Love this song. If Mark Bertrand is watching now, or if he's watching later, my longtime former musical collaborator, then this is one of those tunes that we played together. So it means even more to me. And the Clarence Clemens woodblock. I had a job, I had a girl, I had something going, mister, in this world. I got laid off down at the lumber yard. Our love went bad, times got hard. Now I work down at the car wash, where all it ever does is rain. Don't you feel like you're a rider on a downbound train? She just said, Joe, I gotta go. We had it once, we ain't got it anymore. She packed her bags, left like I'm a rider on a downbound train. Last night I heard your voice. You were crying, crying, you were so alone. You said your love had never died. You were waiting for me at home. I put on my jacket, I ran through the woods. I ran till I thought my chest would explode. There in the clearing, beyond the highway, in the moonlight, a windhouse shone. I rushed through the yard, I burst through the front door, my head pounding hard. Up the stairs I climbed, the room was dark, the hard bed was empty, and I heard that long whistle whine, and I dropped to my knees on my head and cried. Now I swing the sledgehammer on a railroad gang, knocking down them cross ties, working in the rain. And I feel like I'm a rider on a downbound train. Well, there we go. By request from Mr. Rob Rosati, a little bit of Downbound Train from the Born in the USA album, the album that was I believe the very first CD ever mass produced, if memory serves. That was in 80. The album was in 84, right? And the CD was in 85. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It was on the cover of Time magazine twice. And the very first CD. There you go. Mr. Bruce Springsteen, what can you say? I agree. Colin Bracewell is an awesome musician, and we all love his music. And Rick, yes, he absolutely has a promising future ahead of him, musically speaking, whenever this is over. And judging from the candor with which he held himself during that interview, doesn't matter what he's going to do. He's going to succeed. What a pleasant young man. He did send me a link, so we're going to get to that as well. And we do have some music from some guys that have sent me some stuff. Sometimes I wish that my brain would function before my mouth opens. And I want to say hello to Slaja as well. Hello, how's work? I miss you guys. Kinda. Yeah, hope everything's well. And hello, Jacqueline Cataret, my neighbor. It's funny, you live just down the street from me now, and I still don't see you. It's so bizarre. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can get into some of this music. The first thing that I have up is from a former bandmate and an extremely talented friend of mine, Mr. Kevin Harris. He goes by Kevin Plays Guitar as the solo artist when he releases his material. This comes from a new CD that he just put out called The Terror, which is it's pretty cool. It's a bunch of songs that have been inspired by different scenes from television or movies. So the one that we're going to hear right now is called Dexter and Trinity at the Dining Room Table, which is my favorite from the CD. And it's inspired by a scene from the wildly popular television show Dexter, which I have not seen. So I'm told it's wildly popular, where a character played by John Lithgow called Trinity is seated at the dining room table along with Dexter, and the tension which then ensues. So without further ado, here is Kevin plays guitar with Dexter and Trinity at the. So these are the things we deal with when we are dealing with this software. Functions fine for days and then suddenly decides that it's going to stop working. Shall we try this again? Let's try this again. We're going to go now to Dexter and Trinity at the dining room table with Mr. Kevin Harris, unless this thing decides to crash out again on me. Some days. Some days. Well, there you had it, Mr. Kevin Harris. Kevin plays guitar with Dexter and Trinity at the dining room table. And awesome that we crashed out during right when we were trying to launch it. No rhyme or reason. You know what? You know what actually made that one work that time? I right-clicked the window instead of left-clicked it. That's what we're dealing with right now. I knew I was in trouble when I called the broadcast, when I titled the broadcast for today, Woe-be-gone Wednesdays. Knew we would now instead be it should be Woeful Wednesdays. Oh, dear. And now I'm just in a weird place mentally. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I wish we could just eliminate those kind of glitches, because we went for what? How many days did we go before when everything was just fine and we started playing music and everything was groovy? Oh boy. Oh well. That's okay. This too shall pass. And we will play a little bit of music, and we will talk to our next guest, and everything will be fine. That's what I'm going for. That's my raison d'etre at the moment. We're going to try this one. Haven't tried this one yet, and I was thinking about it while I was trying to fall asleep today. Thinking about what it would look like with a beat. When I look back, boy, it must have been green. Bopping in the country, fishing in the stream, looking for a dancer, trying to find a sign. Until I saw your city lights, honey, I was blind. I said, get back, hungry cat, better get back to the woods. Well, I quit those days in my redneck ways, and oh, change is gonna do me good. Better get back, hungry cat, living in the city where it's at. It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine. It's like trying to drink whiskey, ooh, from a bottle of wine. Well, I read some books and I read some magazines about those high-class ladies down in New Orleans, and all the folks back home. Well, they said I was a fool. They said, oh, believe the Lord is the golden rule. They say, get back, honky cat, better get back to the woods. Well, I quit those days and my redneck ways, and oh, change is gonna do me good. Say, get back, honky cat, you better get back to the woods. Well, I quit those days and my redneck ways, and no, oh, the change is gonna do me good. They said, stay at home, boy, you gotta tend the farm. Living in the city, boy, it's gonna break your heart. But how can you stay when your heart says no? How can you stop when your feet say go home? You better get back, honky cat, better get back to the woods. Well, I quit those days and my redneck ways, and oh, 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 ooh, change is gonna do me good. You better get back, honky cat, living in the city ain't where it's at. It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine. It's like trying to drink whiskey, ooh, from a bottle of wine. Get back, honky cat, get back, honky cat, get right. Well, that was some honky cat goodness right there. Oh man, Big V shirt defeated by Pablo Island. Oh really? I don't know. I think you might be in the minority there, but let's see. I don't know. Oh, okay. So sorry. Still trying to get my head around this crash. Like, why is it happening? Why? What did I do? What did I do? Oh dear. Who knows? Now I'm afraid to try it again. Right now I'm afraid to click on the media tab because I'm afraid the whole thing's going to go into the air. Oh man. Well, let's see if we can raise our next guest on the line. I know we kind of went over a little bit because I extended that honky cat jam a little too long, probably. But what are you going to do when your heart says go? How can you stop when your feet say go? See what I did there? All right. Well, our next guest is in the travel and tourism business. And we're just going to flip our camera over because I'm sure she doesn't want to stare at my keyboard and or pants. And we're going to put her on in 2.5 seconds. Well, maybe 3.5 seconds. All right, let's see. I believe that I now have the distinct pleasure of talking to Leanne Bayshard. Hello, Leanne. How are you?
Chris, I'm good. How are you?
I'm also well. Thank you for joining us.
I'm glad. Your shirt is awesome.
Thank you very much. Now, I guess the big question is, where do you land on the Big V versus Boblo debate? Because the other day I wore a Big V T-shirt, and that was certainly popular. But now people are saying it's been usurped by Boblo Island.
I'm actually gonna fall back to the Big V one because Boblo I think is a little bit more out there. People are more to remember Boblo versus Big V. Because I think if I ask my kids what Big V is, they'd look at me like I have some kind of aneurysm issue going on.
Sure.
Most kids know about Boblo, so
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Big V.
Okay, fantastic, great. One in the Big V camp, one in the Boblo camp. Excellent.
That's it. There you go.
So, interestingly enough, we actually go back quite a ways as friends, which is
30
fantastic.
years, man, if not longer.
Yeah, please don't say that again out loud. That's
Okay, so let's go back to just high school references now.
yes, yeah, fantastic, excellent.
Okay.
And we'll avoid all social commentary that could raise a certain date in
Yes.
mind. Yeah, it'll be like the
Yes.
Goldbergs. It was 1980 something, and there we are.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
You work in the travel industry,
I do.
and why don't we first? Actually, sorry, let me ask: how's everybody doing? You guys
Everybody's
functioning
good.
okay?
My husband had to do a 14-day mandatory quarantine. He did get sick in the States, but because Border Patrol at the time everything had just started lockdown, he didn't have COVID, but he had all the symptoms of it, so they forced him into 14 days. So he's been back to work now for about a week, and he's still traveling back and forth to the States every day. So that's a bit of a
Yikes!
concern.
Yeah,
Both of my older two kids lost their jobs because of COVID, so they're kind of relying on the benefit that's being offered. And the youngest one is at least getting some homework from high school to kind of keep her busy.
for sure.
How's
Yeah.
everybody there? Is Julie and the kids are well?
Everyone is doing just fine. No one has tried
Good.
to murder each other yet from being stir crazy. So
Thank
we are
God.
in that camp that everybody's doing
Yeah,
quite well.
for sure.
My children are avoiding schoolwork like the plague.
That's
Just
hey, listen, I don't blame them.
just like their father did when and look at what a success he's turned out to be. Really? I
You're
mean, when we get
fabulous.
there.
Absolutely
Um,
fabulous.
so let's talk a little bit though about the travel business. Now,
Yeah.
that seems to be one of those things where say an international travel ban
Mm.
is generally bad for business. What does it look like right now in terms of people who had things planned for this time? Let's say,
Right.
and what does it look like for the future?
The challenge being is right now is that when the initial ban was posted on March 5th, so when all of this started with the cruise lines, especially towards China, Japan, that kind of area, the government put down a ban that said if you're planning on going on a cruise, no more cruising. So that kind of turned into a bit of an explosion for us. And then on the 13th, Prime Minister Trudeau had set the global ban, which made our industry blow up. So what happened was I do the insurance claims. So people that buy insurance for their trips and whatever. So we were filing last month alone. We did documented over 15,000 claims.
Wow.
Now, yeah, and so the challenge being is right now is that we have regular contact with travel agents across the country that are in fear of losing their businesses because nobody can obviously purchase anything at this point. Um, and that's a huge scare for them. People are still internationally stuck. There's still people that are traveling abroad that couldn't get out and make it home. So we are still talking to them regularly. Um, there's a few countries that locked down pretty quickly, Israel being one of them, and there are still people stuck there. So the challenge being right now is that we are consistently busy over the last month or so, where we normally run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yikes. And you know, you happen to be, I'm assuming, one of these people that are kind of on the front line is in terms of dealing with, you know, potentially angry people who, you know, because
Oh, yeah,
they, you know, and you know, people tend to tend to freak out before they think logically, and you know they've been planning this thing for a long time.
of course.
I'm sure it's cost them a pretty penny, and
Yes,
now they don't know what to do, and they're frustrated, angry, and
right.
scared, and you're unfortunately the outlet, I'm sure, that gets unloaded upon.
Yes.
How do you deal with that when, you know, it's a scary time for everybody, but now you have the added
Absolutely.
stress of maybe people being unreasonable?
It's well, I mean, first and foremost, nobody wants to deal with the messenger, right? So it's like that old adage, don't shoot the messenger, but of course we can't say that. We provide them the best information that we can for the situation that they're in. And sometimes we just have to take a deep breath after a phone call because sometimes it does get frustrating for everybody. And we understand that they've spent sometimes like tens of thousands of dollars on these trips and they can't go. So we understand their frustration. Um, I think part of the reality of it is that this is like the whole new world order where we're not exactly sure and people are kind of concerned not only because they can't travel, is because we don't know what the future is going to hold for the immediate future.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's our biggest concern, right? That's, I mean, that's what they're saying. And they don't know if they can travel again. A lot of these people that we're hearing from are clients and customers that are elderly that booked this trip of a lifetime and they don't know if they can travel again. So there's some certain frustration there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now,
Yeah.
how has it been for you in terms of, has your employer kind of recognized that during this time there may be some more stressful people that are,
Certainly.
you know, asking these questions and maybe
Yeah.
becoming belligerent, because we know that
Hmm.
people tend to, you know, act emotionally before they think
Of
rationally.
course.
Have they done any kind of extra steps in terms of, you know, maybe pulling people away from a little while? You know, some employers have like a safe space where people can go and just kind of vent
Right.
or whatever. Has your employer done anything like that?
Our employer's been phenomenal since all of this had started. Their first priority is making sure that we were safe, so they transitioned us home as quickly as they could. They've given us an outlet that if we do need to take a break, we just send them a Skype message and just say, listen, I had a tough call, give me an extra few minutes, and they are really really good about it. So we just put ourselves on not available for a little bit, and then we just go back in when we're ready. So they've always been really good about that, even before COVID.
That's pretty cool. It's
Yeah,
nice
they've been good.
when you when your employer values you as a person rather than just a
Absolutely.
number, right?
Yeah, no,
That's
we
fantastic.
work for a really good company. There's several of our friends that we both have together that work. We all work together, and the reality of it is that we work for a really good company who is very very concerned and has legitimate um, care for their employees. So we've been really 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 blessed with that. I've been working from home for 3 weeks, which has been great. They delivered my equipment, dropped it off on the porch. IT walked me through it. It was good. So
Nice.
we've got no complaints. Yeah, they've been helpful for
Nice,
sure.
nice. Now, what kind of advice maybe do you have for people who, you know, have gotten into a situation where, you know, their trips have been canceled, their plans have been
Hmm.
canceled? Um, how long of a wait generally is it right now with the, like, how does that work? Walk me through what would happen. Let's say I booked a trip to the
Yeah,
fabulous island of Boblo as a
there you go.
resort,
Absolutely.
and now I've got, you
And
know,
hopefully you have insurance.
and I have actually purchased travel
Perfect.
insurance, and now I'm calling up, and I'm not going to be very angry and belligerent. I'm going to
Okay.
be very, very kind and considerate toward you.
There you go.
Walk me through what that looks like for me as a client.
The reality of it is that most people that have the travel insurance that are familiar with their policy wording are not going to give us a hard time. A lot of people just think that if they purchase insurance, they get an automatic refund no matter what. And unfortunately, that's not the scenario with a lot that's going on right now. So the challenge being is if people are calling in, um, unfortunately, wait times to get a hold of us some days are well over an hour and a half, sometimes up to 2 hours. And once we get through the whole claims process, it takes about 6 to 8 weeks right now to process and try to get everything done. The challenge being is right now is those belligerent ones that don't want to wait, that call us quite frequently to see what the status of their stuff is, which gets frustrating for all of us. And of course, it kind of goes back to please don't shoot the messenger.
Right.
But you know what? That's what it is right now. And we ask people to please be patient with us. As you can imagine, we are completely inundated with people giving us a call all day, every day.
Yeah.
So by the time we pick up the phone and we're trying to be cheery and happy and hi and thanks for holding and how are you today, and the first thing that people do is curse you out, it kind of changes the tone of the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So,
Definitely.
we're just kind of asking to give us a bit of a break. But, I understand that we understand the frustration. We understand that there's been catastrophic changes in every industry. We're not any different than anybody else. And people are scared
Yeah.
and frustrated and mad. So we get it.
Perfect. And unfortunate that you often are at the receiving end of that. I guess
Hmm.
it's
It's okay.
just
I
not
was a
good.
nurse for 20 years though too. Don't forget.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
and I worked with people in every situation and situations that were difficult and sad. So I'm not unfamiliar with getting the brunt of people after they've been told bad news or news that they just didn't want to hear. So I'm not unfamiliar with it. It doesn't not affect me either way.
Hmm.
But it gets frustrating at the end of the day.
Well, let's turn on the crystal ball because, as we
Sure.
all know, people in the service industry have a crystal ball that can see the future
We
quite
do,
clearly.
absolutely. I keep mine in my filing cabinet.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
under C. I'm
Yes.
assuming. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Under
Yeah.
crystal, comma ball.
Yeah.
Um, what the thing that we are thinking about as entertainers
Mhm.
is we're looking forward to when all this is lifted and everybody goes
Right.
back out and there's going to be this big rush socially to get back together. And
Yes, absolutely.
now, until somebody pointed out to me that there may be a large or prolonged period of hesitation where
Mhm.
people are concerned about congregating together.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
What's your feeling on that, especially when it comes to things like cruise ships, where essentially, or planes, where you're in a recirculated tin can for
Right.
Lord knows how long? What's your feeling on that?
I think that the airline industries, cruise ship industries, travel industry as a whole is going to see a significant drop in travelers. Simply because I think that once the fear is there, it's going to be really hard to shake it. Because as China is getting better, per se, it's still going to travel around the world until it's eradicated with vaccine. Now that's going to be the big thing. At this point, if it was me traveling right now or looking to book travel, I certainly wouldn't even consider it. I really wouldn't because
Yeah,
it's not, there's no place that's safe because you don't know if the gentleman sitting next to you that has a cough, if it's COVID or a cold or an
yeah,
allergy.
and
So there's always going to be that hesitation, I think.
and it's very hard to be socially distant when you're
Absolutely.
on a trip. Yeah.
Absolutely, and you
Um,
really can't. So if there's going to be, I think that the crystal ball is probably going to say that for the next foreseeable future, that people are not going to be traveling as much, but there still are people out there that are still looking to purchase a trip. They still have their hopes up that by say the fall of 2020, things are kind of be lifted and people are going to be traveling again. I don't know.
and
I hope that people are.
your advice for this, of course, that if people are presumably thinking that they can get out in the fall, is to absolutely 100% purchase and know every last letter of your travel insurance.
You know what? The booklets are big. Like I mean, it's the big long contracts, right? Where people are, and there's lots of small print. We ask people if they have concerns about it to give us a call. We'll certainly help them with policy wording if they have questions or concerns, or before they book a trip to give us a call, and we'll let them know exactly what their availabilities are before they even make that purchase.
Nice.
Because you know what? We would rather them be informed versus buying a trip, buying an incorrect type of policy that they need, and lose out on thousands of dollars.
Yeah, absolutely.
It happens.
I want to put this couple of questions to you that I'm trying to ask most of the guests here, and that
Sure.
is, what is something that you miss from the life that was considered normal just a few weeks
Right.
ago, and then on the flip side of that, has there been anything in this forced isolation that you found surprising comfort or joy in?
I think the biggest struggle that I'm having right now is the social distancing from my kids. My older two kids are out on their own, and it's hard not to go and visit them and to see them. We've kind of done the drive-by and waving from the road kind of thing, and kind of talking to them 40 feet away.
Yep.
That's been a bit of a challenge, especially with the Easter holiday that just passed. It was a bit different, and not seeing my parents. I've been FaceTiming everybody, thank God. What have I learned in isolation? I think that the biggest thing that I've learned is we need to reconnect as a humanity versus I think we took socializing for granted.
For
I
sure.
think now that we are forced into isolation, that we need to not be as technologically dependent and actually put our phones down, put our devices away, and have that connection that we used to have. And I think that it's a good or a good teaching opportunity for our kids. You've got young adults and teenagers, and I've got my 15-year-old here at home, and the reality is that we've been trying to tell her for the longest time that it's you have to learn to make a phone call. You
Hmm.
have to learn to communicate without texting or chatting online. And I think that the real lesson behind this is once all this is said and done, it's time just to go sit down and be together
Yep.
and just kind of focus on each other's needs person to person. Drop the phones.
I
And
agree.
just kind of, yeah, it's going to be interesting how this is going to proceed.
And the one really interesting thing that has been kind of a thread of commonality between all the people that I've been fortunate enough to talk to during this
Yeah,
little experiment of mine, is that that is something that people are looking forward to, and,
right.
and we're actually starting to appreciate those human interrelationships more,
Absolutely.
um, because it's one of those things, like, yeah, what's the age old saying, if you don't know what you got till it's gone, right? So
Absolutely. I
um,
think one of the biggest things that we've taken advantage of as well is our healthcare, which as of right now, there's a lot of doctors that are just doing consultations online. We're not able to access the local clinics. I've been really lucky recently to be able to see a doctor regularly, which has been great. But I can't get a hold of my family doctor to save my life. So I mean, it's. I think there's going to be so many changes that we're all going to have to recognize because I don't think we're going to get back to what we knew what was normal.
yeah, I
And
agree.
I think if people recognize that what we were doing before wasn't working, if they don't recognize that, we're going to get back into another big, I think a lot of trouble.
Yep, agreed.
I,
And
yeah, it's interesting how this is going to proceed. I'm kind of looking forward, per se, to see how it's going to go.
the one of the things that really helped this spread quickly were people's cavalier attitudes toward it, and
Absolutely.
I'm afraid that when we start talking about positivity in this thing, that's going to
Hmm.
just kind of accelerate that back,
Right.
unfortunately. Um, I want to ask you too these two questions. We've all heard
Sure.
the rules and we've heard the regulations about what we're supposed to be doing, and
Right.
but what do you from a personal social barometer, what do you think people should and shouldn't be doing, or maybe ought to be doing more of or less of?
I think part of the problem is right now is there's so much negativity that we're seeing online. There's people that I have personal friends that are posting these whack job doctors from the states that are saying it's just a big flu. There's nothing really going on. These people are being infected on purpose to lower the population. That creeps me out.
Yeah.
I mean, and as a former nurse, where I still have friends that are working on the front line, and still have friends that are working in these long-term care facilities, where it's scary, and I hear the stories on a personal level. I think what we are in my home, we're certainly making an effort to socially distance. So we only go out when we need to. Go to the grocery store, grab what we need, go home. We're certainly not going to, do random, just because trips to Canadian Tire.
Yeah.
We're not going to, going to be doing that. My kids, of course, I encourage them all the time to sit home and sit still. And of course, they get a little antsy, but it is what it is. I would really like to see people respect the 6 foot rule.
Yep.
In grocery stores, stuff like Shoppers Drug Mart, where it is just ridiculous. You go in there, and I had a lady the other day that was literally standing in the middle of the aisle where I needed to go, and she was on her cell phone chatting with somebody. And I said, could you please just scoot a little bit to the left? Like, give me a few feet. And she went, you can wait. I thought, come on, we're all here just trying to get out and go home. It would be nice for everybody to kind of be respectful and to be kind. Like, that's the biggest thing. We're all in the same scenario. There's no reason to be miserable.
Yeah, agreed.
And as we're all trying to kind of be positive about all of this, it's really tough. And it all kind of comes back to we're all dealing with the same pandemic. We're all dealing with the same anxieties. Some of us different than others, depending on our personal situations. But we all fall back to, if we don't do what we need to do to, per se, that flatten the curve, right?
Yep.
It's not going to go away.
Agreed.
Windsor right now has the highest amount of people in Ontario on ventilators as of today,
No
outside of
way.
the GTA. Yeah, that was released this afternoon. Where Windsor, this side of the Greater Toronto Area, is the most people on vents. And being that I worked in that industry for such a long time, Chris, it's scary.
Yeah.
We just we don't have the facilities here in Windsor, Essex.
Yeah.
And it's we're going to see how things happen in the next foreseeable future. It's scary at best.
It's the scary thing is that it's not so much that people are I mean, obviously, yes, it's that people are getting sick and that we have to deal with it. The problem is that we're going to be overloading an already burdened medical system.
Absolutely.
That's the thing that terrifies me.
It does. I've got a friend that works in a long-term care facility in the county, and so far the facility that she works in, there's no cases, staff, or residents with COVID.
Oh, good.
And they're handing out sheets for volunteering for staff that if we do get COVID in the building, are you willing to work with the COVID patients? And she struggles with, do I or don't I?
Yeah.
And you know what? It all comes down to um, if I was still in nursing, Chris, I certainly wouldn't sign that sheet. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't sign that sheet. I wouldn't put myself in a position where I might bring it home to my family and to my child. I have a compromised immune system, so even if I didn't, I don't think I would.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the reality. Is people have to make these tough decisions based on, what they've been doing for years of their lifetime. Do they put themselves in a position to be at risk for the sake of their patients? And these frontline workers that are going to the hospitals and to these long-term care facilities every single day and putting themselves at jeopardy, I have to give them all credit where credit is due.
100%.
I don't think I would nearly be as brave,
Yeah.
honestly.
I agree. I mean, I come from a household where there's an immunocompromised
absolutely.
person, and the instant that we got the stay-at-home order, that's exactly where I went. So,
absolutely.
My hat's off to them. I think they're doing a commendable job.
Yeah, it's scary, but I'm certainly happy to be at home and be able to work from home and keeping my family safe. My husband is still back and forth to the States every day because his service is essential. And I tell him every time he leaves the house, don't touch anything.
Yeah.
Don't touch anything. Don't do anything that you're not supposed to do. There's a pail of hand sanitizer, gloves, and masks in his truck. And it's scary though. It really is.
It is. Well, I think that one thing that we can fall back on is that things like this, where we can still maintain some kind of human connection and
Absolutely.
be able to talk to people and be able to reason things out and be able to have conversations that kind of reflect positivity is more important now than ever. And I really want to thank you for being a part of this.
Well, and thank you, Chris, because I don't think you're getting enough credit for what you're doing. I think what you're doing is you're connecting a group of people that can provide different positive perspectives, and for you being able to do this through your source of media and kind of sharing the music and sharing this information, it kind of gives us a good distraction first and foremost, and it brings us back to that level of humanity that we should have been doing all along.
Well,
so thank you so much for providing this for those of us that do watch you regularly.
Well, thanks.
And thank you so much for doing that for all of us. And please stay safe and stay healthy. My best to you and Julie and the kids. It's, you know what, you're doing a good thing, and we are appreciative of you.
Thanks very much.
So no, thank you.
I'll look forward to this comment during Sweeps Week.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, make sure, and I will keep my crystal ball under C/ball,
Thank you. Yes, please do. Please
and
do.
we'll keep it out. And if there's any changes, I will certainly happily let you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
All
my friend.
right.
It's been
Take care. It was good to see you.
good to see you again.
You too.
Yes.
All right.
Bye
Bye
bye.
now.
We were talking with Leanne Bayshard, a longtime high school chum, and somebody dealing with the frustrations that most service people can empathize with. It's difficult to be out on the front lines, manning the phones when there are disgruntled people that want to vent frustrations, understandably, but sometimes the venting is just not directed in the place that it should be. We are going to try to play some more music now from some local folks, and I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to right click on the window because that apparently did it. If we crash out again, please join us when I restart the software. And then if it does crash out, then I think we'll be done with that segment for this evening, and I'll spend some time tomorrow trying to figure out exactly why this thing is being a nuisance. There is a chance that we will hear the first few strains of Mr. Kevin Harris again, since I forgot to disable that out of fear that anything that I would touch would cause the software to crash. So, yeah, here we go. We're going to try to hear from Mr. Chris McLean, and let's see what happens. Are we cross him if you got him? Is the phrase we're going to go with right now. Well, what do you know? It didn't crash. Holy moly. Success. That was Mr. Chris McLean with a tune called Blues Finger. And that was the one that he had tried to play for us the other day when we were experimenting with some live stuff, which we came to find out is a terrible idea unless you're on Skype. So fun. All right. Those of you who know me know that I am a fantastic fan of Mr. John Denver. So I want to do a tune right now that not a lot of people know. Or maybe you do, if you're a John Denver fan like me. But it's got a nice little beat to it, so we will we'll get that going. An uncle named Matthew was his father's only boy. Born just south of Colby, Kansas, was his mother's pride and joy. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. And all the stories that he told me back when I was just a lad, and all the memories that he gave me, and all the good times that he had. Growing up a Kansas farm boy, life was mostly having fun, riding on his daddy's shoulders, behind a mule beneath the sun. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Well, I guess there were some hard times, and I'm told some years were lean. They had a storm in 47. A twister came and stripped them clean. He lost the farm, lost his family. He lost the wheat, he lost his home. But he found the family Bible. Faith as solid as a stone. Yes, and joy was just the thing he was raised on. Love was just the way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. So he came to live at our house, and he came to work the land. He came to ease my daddy's burden, when he came to be my friend. So I wrote this down for Matthew, and it's for him the song is sung. Riding on his daddy's shoulders, behind a mule beneath the sun. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just a way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just a Kansas summer sky. Yes, and joy was just the thing that he was raised on. Love was just the way to live and die. Gold was just a windy Kansas wheat field. Blue was just the way of the Kansas sky. Well, there we go. An oft not remembered John Denver song, but how did I know, Reg Kirby, that you would have picked that up immediately? And yes, Kevin Harris, very nice to hear Chris McLean. I agree as well. Awesome. Oh, Reg Kirby pops in. This is important. His daughter is a registered nurse at the Strathroy Hospital, and she says it is getting extremely stressful. And she's very thankful for the support that people are showing. Well, that's good, and I'm glad that the message of support is getting through, and as it should be, because the people that are putting themselves in jeopardy for all of us deserve all the accolades we can give them, or accolades. Sorry, all the accolades we can give them. Now I can't even talk. See what has happened once the software crashes once for the evening. I'm just all, good Lord. Well, Mr. Rob Shepley has been a veritable font of obscure requests. And he wanted to hear Echoes, which is a 27-minute long Pink Floyd song. I tried to do a solo version of that, minus the large weird part in the middle. Then he wanted to hear Dogs, which is, I think it's 17 minutes maybe from the from the Animals album and from my favorite album. And somehow I did a bizarrely acceptable solo rendition of that. Now he wants Welcome to the Machine. Well, why not? We can do that. You are the only one requesting at the moment, so sir, the floor is yours. And yeah. Welcome to the Machine from the Wish You Were Here album. Had I prepared ahead of time, I actually have the whole big wom, 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 all those kind of sound effects, but haven't prepared ahead of time. And if we're going to do it, then we're going to do the version that is my cover of the Roger Waters solo version, which actually has way more of a mean kind of driving beat to it, and I like that a little bit better. So we're just going to wait for the tablet to respond. In the meantime, we will try to do the beat. It's not bad.
Will come, my soul, will come to the machine. Where have you been? It's alright, we know where you've been. at school. You know you're nobody's fool. So welcome to the machine. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Did you dream? It's alright, we told you what to dream. Dream a big star. Play the mean guitar. He always ate the steak bar. Loved driving his Jaguar. So welcome to the machine.
Not bad. Not bad at all, in fact. I kind of like the way that turned out. I like that beat better than I like the one on the album version. I think it's so much more sinister, and I have to thank Mr. Roger Waters for that, because it sounds fantastic. In fact, well, thank you, Sherry Gardner. I'm glad you like it. I like it. Let's try this one.
I've gotta run to keep from hiding, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. I'm not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. I don't owe the clothes I'm wearing, and the road goes on forever. I've got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. I'm not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. I've gone past the point of caring. Some old bed I'll soon be sharing, and I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. Oh, I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. Oh, I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider. Oh, I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider.
Sorry, couldn't resist the couldn't resist the little Charlie Brown theme in there. Linus and Lucy, actually, it's called, by the Vince Guaraldi Trio. Had to figure that out in my brain though, because it's not in the key that I play it in, so I had to figure out what key that was supposed to be and where those chords were supposed to go. So there's a little bit of goofiness. I apologize for that, but we got through it, didn't we, folks? We came out the other side. Love it. I love it when there are mashups like that. All righty. Well, how are we doing out there? We are but mere moments away from our next guest, whom I am looking very much forward to. And we're just going to do a little bit of housekeeping here. Alrighty. Well, in lieu of more requests, we're just gonna keep on motoring. Just gonna keep on motoring. Let's do this one. I haven't done this one in a while, and I miss it. It's a great song. Wish it away, don't look at it like it's forever. Between you and me, I could honestly say things can only get better. While I'm away, dust out the demons inside. And it won't be long for you and me run the place in our hearts where we're high. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Time on my hands could be time spent with you, laughing like children, living like lovers, rolling like thunder under the covers. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Just stare into space, picture my face in your hands. Live for each second without hesitation, and never forget I'm your man. Wait on me, girl, cry at night if it helps. But more than ever, I simply love you more than I love life itself. I guess that's why they call it the blues. Time on my hands, be time spent with you, laughing like children, living like lovers, rolling like thunder under the cover. I guess that's why they call it the blues.
never. I simply love you more than I love thyself. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Time on my head, every time spent with you, laughing like children, living like lovers, rolling like thunder under the covers. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Laughing like children, living like lovers. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Laughing like children, living like lovers. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. And I guess that's why they call it the blues.
Well, all right. There was a little bit of Elton John that screwed up at the end there. Let's see if we can contact our next guest and get them ready on the line. Hopefully they are standing by. So I just want to make mention of this, that ordinarily when you watch programs that are produced, there are a whole bunch of people behind the scenes. There are producers, there are production managers, production assistants, there are stagehands, grips, all that kind of stuff. I'm wearing all of those hats at the same time right now. And so I have to say, if I appear distracted at times, it's only because I'm trying desperately to get the next piece of the puzzle worked out ahead of time. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this all shakes out. I'm going to call our guest back because I was getting connected, but I wasn't getting a video signal. And see, this is one of those wonderful things where the production assistant or where the tech guy on the other end of the phone or the other end of the behind the scenes here would get things working, and I wouldn't end up looking like a boob. So, okay, I finally have got him connected, and he has been absolutely fantastic in terms of changing his camera to landscape. I didn't even have to say it, like a seasoned professional. And we are going to go ahead and bring him into the conversation right now. We are talking with Mr. Al Hendry. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good day, my friend.
Good day to you. Good day to you. Thank you for joining us. So first, let me ask: how's everybody in the house? Everybody okay?
Yep, everybody here is doing okay as far as keeping safe. We're doing our best to be socially distanced from the planet, I suppose, really. I don't really know what to say that hasn't been said. We're all just kind of trying to figure out what to do. And
yeah, well, I mean, mostly this is just basically a project where we can kind of reach out and kind of just connect with each other and realize that even in these moments of isolation, the kind of amazing technological world that we live in allows us the opportunity to, see each other's faces and realize that we aren't alone in this and that we all are still part of this big human collective. And that's, also the other reason that we want to do this is, we're all finding ourselves with an inordinate amount of time on our hands now. And I want to get a feel for how people are coping, what they're doing to kind of see themselves through. And if they have any, maybe there's something that somebody can glean from this if they're having a little bit of a difficult time. So, what are you doing to while away the time?
Well, I haven't seen this kind of spare time in my life since I was probably about 13 years old. So I truly have taken complete advantage of it. I haven't had an ounce of boredom, and I will not have an ounce of boredom no matter how long this goes. I'm also a glass half full guy, not a half empty guy. So sure, we're all kind of downtrodden on, we've all lost a ton of work, the musicians and all the people that are just out of work right now from this. So instead of getting upset about that more than I need to, I figured, well, let's turn this into some productive time. So along my life travels, I have written, I don't know how many songs, definitely more than a few hundred.
Sure.
And I don't know many of them are not complete. Many of them are just snippets and bits and pieces, and some of them are complete and never been recorded. And so I've been trying to figure out how to work software I've probably had for about 8 years that I haven't even opened, and trying to, in this time where we can't get into studios and do it, I'm trying to do some basic stuff, and then I get it out to my bandmates, and we figure out the technological glitches if everybody's stuff doesn't quite talk to each other, and then we put it all together. And my hope is, I don't know how long this will be down for, but if it's down for a fair bit, probably have recorded enough material to do a couple of albums.
Oh, there you go. See, if there's anything positive that can come out of that, it's that. I think most musicians are finding themselves in the same boat right now. That we're finding one of my favorite. If I can have a favorite thing that I said that sounds really egomaniacal, I need to figure out a better way to phrase that. But somebody asked me, what do you do in this situation? I said, listen, when you take creative people and take the ability away from them to be creative, they will creatively find ways to be creative. So. And speaking of music, you have definitely one of the more professional careers out there with Ashley Lynn in Ashley Lynn and the Spurs, and in Dreamcatcher. You guys play lots of corporate events, lots of stateside gigs. Extremely popular and talented group of individuals. How are you finding getting together virtually to kind of work things out? Is that like what you consider the new normal now? And what's your process for that?
It is probably the new normal, but I haven't figured it out. I've had a few programs or websites that you download their stuff and it says you can play in real time, and it's either nothing but technological headaches, or it's just so out of sync. It's so hard to have a live drummer playing in whatever town he's in or whatever house he's in, and to through all the the ones and zeros, try to be in time with me here, and the bass player in another location and the piano player somewhere else. So it hasn't worked for us. So we're not rehearsing. We're really just sort of on this hold. But the original material is sort of keeping us connected and keeping us maybe trying to at least be creative and play a little bit together on the same kind of music.
For sure. Now, how in terms of, because we've all seen our gigs get wiped off the chalkboard with a wet cloth. How far out are you guys at this point in terms of, because you are an international act, right? So obviously the travel ban is a huge concern. But how far away have you seen like the last gig get? I don't want to say canceled. Everybody's trying to not use the C word, but postponed, shall we say?
Yeah. I think because a lot of it is some corporate events. Unfortunately, there's a couple of weddings. And so right now everybody's just kind of content to be on hold. The further off ones. We lost all the March gigs, all the April, all the May. Actually, we haven't lost all the May ones yet. There's still some on the calendar that are saying,
really?
If we can go back, we'll have you. I don't expect that to happen, but and many of those, some of those are in Michigan, so those are definitely not going to be happening, I don't think. So we haven't had any formal cancellations on those or anything, but we've had a bunch of the April gigs got postponed. Some of the annual events that we're fortunate enough to keep getting asked back, they've had to postpone their dates. These are a couple of fundraisers that we do locally in Canada, and they were nice enough to try to pick a couple of random dates, which who knows if they're going to come through. But they've also just gone ahead and secured next year's venues and next year's dates and booked us for that as well. Yeah. So if things do come back late and early enough next year in 2021, then we've got a decent start on some of that stuff. Yeah,
at least you have something that you can look forward to, which is fantastic, and probably a boat that a lot of us wish we were in right now. On a side note, sorry, I keep looking behind you at your, and I'd like to thank you for just soundproofing your environment just for the purpose of this interview. That's so lovely of you. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, you should have seen the Home Depot guys go crazy about half hour. No, I'm kidding.
Socially distant, of course. Yes, they were all working 6 feet apart in their own 6 foot sections of the room. Tell me a little bit about, insofar as you can, tell me a little bit about your day job, if we can call it that, because I have you down here as musician / educator. But then you've also let me know that you do some other stuff, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or talk out of turn about things that we can or can't say. So I kind of want you to lead that conversation. But is there anything you can tell us about how this has affected your professional life besides the musical part?
Sure. So I'm fortunate enough to have a day job as well. Call it a little bit too responsible to just do the musician thing way back, especially when I started having children and getting married. It was probably not the wisest idea to try to. It's hard to get a mortgage when you're a musician only.
Yeah.
So, and car loans and all that stuff. No matter how much income you show on your income tax, as long as you're self-employed in that particular field, I found that to be a challenge always. But through the day, I work in social services. So I work for Developmental Services Ontario, which a lot of people know as the DSO. And so what we do is we are basically the primary place for people to start, adults with developmental disabilities. They come into our system and we kind of hold their information and all the waiting lists for possible supports and services that they could be eligible. They're typically eligible for them. It's just a matter of when does the province feed the ministry funding to then disperse to the different communities to get down to the individuals who need it the most. So I help families. My position right now is called the Service Navigator and a Housing Navigator. So my role is to help people figure out this dark, gloomy disability system that's kind of, a lot of times from a lot of families' perspectives, would be rubber stamp, no, no, no.
Sure.
So my job is to help them navigate that system, but also to navigate their community. There might be some services that exist that might already be somehow paid for, or something that they're looking for that they just haven't heard about. So my job is to sort of open up the community and say, well, I'm hearing you talk about this type of interest that you have. Have you looked into this? And we have this right in town, and we have another one like this somewhere else. And so I explore those options with families. And in the housing end, I'm really just an information provider. I don't really help people find apartments or houses or anything, but I help them figure out what it's going to cost to support somebody to do that, and how to navigate the system again to make it work to their benefit.
Gotcha. Now this raises an interesting question though, because now that we have all kind of found ourselves in a situation where everyone needs a little bit of a hand and everyone needs some help navigating all these things, there's a real negative opportunity or a real disadvantage now that programs, programs like the one that you're involved in may tend to get overlooked in the rush of everyone else to kind of get satisfied. Have you experienced anything like that, or have you experienced anything like things kind of slowing down or more red tape than normal just because of the sheer amount of people that are trying to get assistance across the spectrum?
I'm not fully sure, Chris, if I understand the specifics of your question.
Okay.
But like the workload, so we've obviously had to change. So most of the work that I do, other than the abhorrent amount of paperwork that we have, is typically done face to face, so that we can just explore stuff, and we can react off of each other in a meeting at somebody's kitchen table or in my office or wherever. So now that we're all been sort of asked to work from home, we're fortunate enough. We're not an essential service, but we're not at this point. We haven't been told to stop working at this point. So all of us are working from home. And trying to figure out technology to help us do the work that we need to do. The workload has lessened, because especially the first couple of weeks, because I don't know that people and families that have the challenges that we assist them with, I don't know if they knew what the heck to do, or if we were open or whatever. So And now it's starting. The calls are starting to come back. The emails are coming, and we're starting to process through how to get people the supports and the things that they need. The struggle with the social distancing and this whole thing is that support workers that typically the families would come through us to try to find some funding or some services that would pay for support workers or a program that they can attend. And right now, I haven't seen much movement there, because you can't take somebody and now move them into a service or a supported situation where they're already first of all, there's already a staffing shortage in this field.
Mm-hmm.
And now with people randomly going off, so they have their 2 weeks quarantine and all that. The agencies are struggling with staffing. So
Yeah.
the daytime support programs, to my knowledge, have been closed as they were supposed to. Things like group homes are still operating, obviously, because that's where people live. So
Yeah.
they're probably doing a lot like some of those nursing homes and some of the things that your earlier guests were talking about too. People having to be putting their hand up to volunteer to say, yeah, I'll go work in that house. That's where I work, so I guess I have to go.
Yeah, for sure. I think the question was more so that, oftentimes when there's an influx of need for everyone, it's the disadvantaged that are kind of placed on hold before everybody else. And that's kind of what I wanted to know was, now that there's been so much more demand for everyone at large, do you find that, the disadvantaged are kind of being put on the back burner a little bit so that we can all get caught up? Does that clarify the question a little bit?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. I don't know that it. Certainly, there's been no intentional way of going about this to cut out anybody.
Sure.
The nature of the work, I just think that some of the people need, like most of the parents now are probably also working from home, which may also present its challenges if you have a son or daughter at home that has a challenge or a disability that needs your attention.
Yeah.
So you probably can't get that work done for work. So yeah, right now I think that's some of the calls we were getting early on were about, what am I supposed to do now? I'm coming home to work.
Sure.
Because of this, and I have a son or daughter at home that has a developmental disability that needs my constant attention. For some people, right? They need that constant eye on them, and so it's not going to work. So that's up to them and their employer. But so to your point is, yeah, they're probably not intentionally being sort of on hold, but just the nature of the work that needs to happen has to go on hold.
You raise an interesting point there that I think a lot of people overlook is that, it's one thing to have to work from home and make those accommodations and those kind of restructured workspaces within your home. But if you do live with somebody that requires constant attention, it's often difficult, if not impossible, to have that segregated time. So I think it's extremely important for employers to kind of take that to heart, especially in those situations where we're already trying to be accommodating to continue that workflow from home. But yeah, what do you do in the sense of if you have somebody that demands attention and for obvious reasons, how do you juggle that? That's an interesting struggle, and I'm fortunate enough that our daughter who's struggling with cystic fibrosis, she has a physiotherapy routine and a medication routine and things like that. But it's certainly nothing that would stop us from here I am doing this thing that relatively undisturbed. So yeah, my heart goes out to all those people that find themselves in a situation like that, because it's often difficult to juggle on a normal basis. So wow, I did not even.
The numbers are huge, Chris. It's knee buckling. How many people need that level of support?
Really?
Yeah, it's really shocking.
Yikes.
So my heart goes out to especially the people I know that I feel pretty helpless.
Yeah.
Right now, I can't really do what I normally do to dig in and help you out. So, I mean, let me take that back. I still am helping, but maybe just not to the degree or the connectivity of it all like we normally would do out in the community, because it's not available.
Sure. Yeah. And it's got to be difficult, especially in the little bit that I've come to know you. You're a very empathic person, and you have a big heart, and I think that's probably weighing heavily on your mind, that you feel like that you would like to be more involved than you can be, and that's got to hurt. So I try and take some solace in the fact that you do a lot of good for people, and I'm sure that people understand that your hands are tied just like everyone else's are in this particular instance.
Oh yeah, all the workers in this field that are doing this sort of level of work are in the same boat. They're working from home, trying to get creative, and not just in my agency, but every agency that does this type of work or does face-to-face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a difficult spot to be in. I want to move into these couple of questions here that I've been trying to ask most of the guests, and it's just an interesting question. What do you miss the most from our life that was considered normal as of a few short weeks ago? And then conversely, having gone through this mandatory shut-in or isolation period, is there something that you have been surprised to find comfort or joy in?
Well, The thing I miss the most, so in my situation right now, I'm a divorced guy, and so I have two children with my first wife, and so they went on a trip right right before any of this really hit to Florida, and when they had to cut it short because they started closing down beaches and closing down stuff, so they had to cut it short. And when they got back, they were in a 2-week quarantine, and they were really good about that. But their mom is a nurse, and she's a nurse in Detroit, and so she's back and forth. And I haven't talked to her much lately, but I don't know if she's still going back and forth. But I think that she is. And because of that, my kids are not able to come over with any kind of regular, like, they would be coming over a ton normally, right? So for me personally, I don't need to give the big sob story. Everybody's struggling and stuff with this kind of stuff. But so for me, I've never gone this length of time in my entire life without really spending any decent time with them. So that's the part I'm feeling the absolute most.
I'd have to say that, oftentimes, you hear people that, they can say that they're really relying on their family and their family's helping to get them through that. But oftentimes, the things that are overlooked are people who are in your situation where, there's shared custody or there's shared visitation. And certainly something like that puts a disruption, or something like this puts a disruption in those visits. And that's got to be difficult. If anything, go ahead.
I'm hearing from some families who, again, a divorce setup where there's some visitation or something, but the visitation can't happen for those men or for those women coming the other way.
Yeah.
So the kids are just staying full time with the one, and it's really disrupting schedules, routines, relationships, and everything. So, and people just don't know what to do. Like, how do you continue without seeing them?
Yeah.
People that you love on a regular basis. I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been the toughest part for me, and I'm probably so many people too that are going through it, that trying to just, okay, well, I can't go see my kids, so what do I do now?
Yeah, it's one thing.
FaceTime and all that stuff only goes so far.
For sure, and it's one thing to lose contact with coworkers and colleagues and friends, but it's another thing entirely to lose contact with family. Because the bond is so much deeper. On the flip side of that, is there anything that, having been going through this mandatory isolation, have you kind of surprised yourself that you've been comforted by or found joy in, just from the fact of having this solitude or this time to yourself?
Well, yeah, absolutely. For me, the people closest to me know that I don't have any spare time ever. So basically, I work Monday to Friday days, and then I'm fortunate to play with the two bands that I personally sort of manage and play with the most, but I also freelance with other bands that need fill-ins or whatever. So oftentimes those are big shows that come through town. Like, there's an Elvis impersonator, Max Pelicano. I get to have the good fortune. He asks me to play with him pretty regularly. So whenever he puts on a show, when he lines up the band that's going to play that show, often he'll ask me, and then what that does to me personally is it takes me to a place where I haven't played with them maybe for 6 or 8 months, and whatever the new song list for the next show is going to be, I don't probably know all of it, or I have to read it from the music charts. But a lot of that stuff isn't really, those guitar solos and all the stuff for an impersonator, that stuff isn't really written out typically on the charts.
Sure.
So you got to learn it. You got to do your homework, which is more time. So I'm lucky enough to play with him, and occasionally I play with a band called Looking Back in the States. They're a Bob Seger tribute. And I also play in Bayou County, which is a CCR tribute, and that's a regular ongoing thing. So there's rehearsals every week, a couple nights for everything, and then my two boys of my own, my oldest one is pretty self-sufficient now. He drives, and he's finished university and all that now, so he's done and doing pretty good. But my younger one, who's turned 17 tomorrow, so happy birthday, Colin.
Hey, happy birthday.
So typically, he's in travel hockey, and he plays high school hockey. And so between the two households, his mom and us here, we're always driving him somewhere, picking him up and watching games and stuff. So between my already crazy schedule, most Fridays, Saturdays are booked up with the band, or at least Saturdays usually. And then the rest of the week is rehearsals and hockey. And sometimes I also work late at night because I do, for my day job, I do information sessions for families.
Sure.
And for agencies and school boards and things like that. So I come in and I do presentations and tell you how to get things moving for you and your family or whoever.
So you're probably you're probably in the same situation that I found myself in all of a sudden when I had the slate wiped clean and I had no real day job to go to, and all of my performances were cut short, and I just kind of the meme that goes through my head is that one that floats around of the John Travolta character from that Tarantino movie where he's just kind of looking around from side to side and waiting for something to happen. I went through about 3 or 4 days where I was just like, I don't even know what to do with myself right now.
Yeah, I was the same in the beginning. I'm going, oh, okay, and in the beginning, I think I thought it was going to be a little shorter, maybe more temporary than it was going to be. So I thought, oh, I'll enjoy this little vacation, and then a few days led to a few more, and I'm like, I'm just not I can't sit, so I got to do something. So I just started digging through my old files for songs that I started or that I needed to finish, and that's, I think I've been down from work for or like isolated for a month now, and I'm 5 original songs roughly done. You got to tweak them out, and then you got to hammer them all together.
Yeah.
But they're pretty much ready to go, and we can start working on them.
Nice.
A 6th song, something that we just signed up for. We're trying to do, because we do work in Michigan a lot, probably more than we work here, probably 75-25.
Okay.
We connected a good, really, really good friend of ours named Scott Allen had a really good idea to have us, why don't you guys just record I'll Stand By You. Carrie Underwood did a version, the Pretenders obviously did a version, and he thought it was really appropriate for this time, and he thought, why don't we record it as best we can, and then we will have a Michigan band join us on it, and they'll play and they'll sing on it, and we'll put it all
nice.
together, and we're gonna put some snippets in there, I hope, of the frontline heroes and all this. I mean, can we ever really thank them enough after this?
No, you can't.
So you can't. So we're going to try to do this just to honor them and say thanks, and hopefully we have some connections. Oh, not we, that our friend in Michigan has some good connections with some TV stations there. So we're hoping if we get this done and we can put some video to it, that at least we can just say thank you publicly.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Maybe bigger, maybe not. Doesn't even matter.
That's great. I can't wait to hear it, and I can't wait to hear the rest of your songs as well. And then if you ever happen to need a virtual piano player, you just let me know, and I can jet myself over via something, and we'll just insert.
Well, that's what's been working. So I'm sure maybe this is exactly what you're talking about. So I would sit here and in a recording platform or something, basically write the song and capture some parts on it, maybe put a little drum loop like you're doing yourself there when you're playing live.
Yep.
Put a little drum thing, because drums and programming drums are the bane of my existence.
Yes.
I know what I want to hear. I don't know how to program it. I would rather play it. But I'm in a condo, so I can't crank it up. So I just talked myself into a circle. What the hell was I talking?
I was rather rudely volunteering my services as a piano player, and you were saying that actually could be accomplished by the fact of how you're putting these things together.
Right. So thanks. Yeah. So we are doing that now. So I recorded all here with the drums on it and the bass on it. That I can play bass a bit, and so I put all that stuff roughly on there, and I send it to the guys in the band, and then they, depending on what technology they have or if they have any, not everybody's got it. So then we figure out if I have to just give them some stuff to use, or if I go there and do it with them at their house or whatever. We do our best to be one-on-one only, and then everybody can track their parts. Almost like the Rolling Stones. They haven't been in the studio together for probably 30 years.
Yeah, there you go. But isn't it amazing when you think about the fact that the kind of accessibility to technology that we have right now enables us to do things like that and still be creative and work through times like this when it's impossible to be together. I think it's just amazing. I want to very, very much thank you for being a part of this and for lending your voice to the conversation. I really, really appreciate it. It's wonderful to see you again virtually. As I've been saying to all of my musician friends, I can't wait till we're so busy that we can't ever see each other again.
Yeah, very good.
And I'd like to leave you with these 2 questions, if you feel up to it. We've all seen the dictation come down from on high and the rules and regulations that we're currently living under, and what we should and shouldn't be doing. But just from a personal point of view, an opinion of yours, what is it that you feel people should be doing, and what shouldn't they be doing, or what could they be doing better?
Well, I mean, I can count on one hand how many times I've been out of the house since March 12th. So I think it's not even the full 5. I think it's 4 times, maybe it's 5. So I'm trying to not go out. In our household, we decided is Ashley, who's the better half. She's the Ashley from Ashley in the Spurs, for those who don't know. And so she is the one who's been going out and doing like when we're trying to do shopping about once every 10 days. We're not one of those families that needs 300 rolls of toilet paper and all the ground beef from the store and so we just go as we need it, and we just try to stock up a fair bit every 10 days or so, and so far that's been working. But I have seen a lot of people still sort of gathering. I don't know how many people, but definitely more than 5. And I just think you got to think a little bit more about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's so many theories and so many ways of looking at this and conspiracies and all. I don't. Who knows? Government this, government that. Right now, you have to rely on the government that's in place. They're telling us to do this. I think we should probably do it.
I agree.
And then we'll be back in action sooner.
Yeah.
And the longer we kind of just are not caring about it, then it's going to just keep happening.
Yeah, and the important thing that I keep stressing, and that a lot of people have had the same comment, is that it's not necessarily the fact that you may be invincible and that you may not contract anything. It's the potential of who you can pass this along to. And there's certainly, we hear all the time about, well, for a majority of people, it's nothing really serious, and it's just like having a bad flu and yada, yada, yada. But the point is that there certainly is a more susceptible portion of the population that needs to be protected. And the only way we can do that is to kind of slow the spread, especially when there's something like this that you can appear asymptomatic for, up to 14 days. It's ridiculous. And the analogy that I love to go back to is like glitter, right? If you have children, and you've had children that do crafts and they spill a thing of glitter and you've tried to clean it up. Well, you've touched the glitter and now you touch something else like the fridge handle. Now there's glitter on there. And then your child runs in the room and you pat them on the head. Now they have glitter on. And that's how this thing, perpetuates. It's everywhere. So it's just important to remember that it's not necessarily about you. It's about the people that you can help protect. And I think if we keep that in mind, it will be a lot easier for us to, make that self-sacrifice for the greater good, I think. But that's the optimist.
100%, Chris. You nailed it. That's exactly it.
Well, I think
it sounds so simple.
Yeah, it does sound right. Yeah. I mean, oftentimes the simplest things are the hardest for people to navigate for some bizarre reason. But I thank you very much for being a part of it. It's been really wonderful to talk to you, and I can't wait for the music. I hope that you'll share it with us when it's ready to go.
Well, sure. Yeah, probably be however long it takes to get it put together for real down the road. But yeah, the one with the Detroit band and stuff that's going to be coming. I hope that comes together in the next week or two. So we'll see what holds us up next.
As I've been often saying, we ain't got nothing but time, and that's all we got right now. So we'll wait.
Well, and I want to thank you too for doing this. I think you're doing a great job connecting everybody and giving
man.
You're really just giving people something not only to do for an hour or however long they stop in for, but it's entertaining, it's typically factual, and it's fun. And you know what? You're an all-around damn good guy, Chris. So yes, I'll send you some keyboard tracks, and you can put some stuff on there, and let's see what happens.
All right, it's a deal. Mr. Al Hendry, it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to when we can communicate again.
Cool, man. Hey, I have to give props to my shirt because it seems like you're doing a big shirt thing. So I put on my crazy shirt that I have.
I saw that. And every once in a while, when you would adjust it, Will Ferrell would jump out at me, and I would kind of have to take myself aback a little bit. But very well done. Very well done. All right,
Chris. Good night. Thanks, everybody, and I hope you have a great night and stay safe, folks.
Excellent. We'll talk soon, Al. Cheers. Well, that was Mr. Al Hendry of Ashley Lynn and the Spurs and Dreamcatcher, and you can catch them. I hope. Oh, I forgot to mention to him to put in the comments a link of where we can catch some of their stuff, and I hope he does that. And I saw Ashley and Aaron, both members of both bands, whom I have had the distinct privilege of jamming with before, and they're just consummate professionals all around. And miss you guys, and I look forward to when we can all get together again. We have had our next and last guest of the evening waiting very patiently. Um, because as we've said before, these conversations, they're organic, and they can very easily run amok. And when you're talking with people that have great things to say and are engaging and have wonderful points of view and wonderful stories that they want to tell, we need to let that breathe a little bit. So I'm very thankful that my next guest was being so patient and so accommodating. And he's just a fine gentleman. We've decided that we're going to turn his segment into a regular thing on Wednesdays. The reason for that is because he has a great deal of illuminating information in terms of studio stuff, studio time, and techniques, and ways that we can, as musicians, kind of keep ourselves maybe in practice, or have practical ways where we can apply or make better use of our time. And maybe I'll just stop talking about the project that he's going to talk about, and I'll let him explain it. We're going to be joined again right now by my good friend, Mr. Walter Riggy. Sir, how are you?
What is up, sir?
There. Oh, I got a tip. Oh, the fedora. Excellent.
That's right.
And I see.
Hey, listen, I just want to tell you that you're doing a phenomenal job. A lot of buzz on the street about what you're doing here. It's, the street, like, around the block for me, that's about as far as I can go, right?
Well, I'll take it. I don't know how much buzz there is, but I'll take any buzz there is, I guess. Thank you. That's most kind of you to say that. And I see you're in your fantastic drum tracking room.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'll be there shortly.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll be there shortly. I'll just be the guy behind the kit who doesn't know what he's doing. Kind of like when I'm the guy in front of the piano that doesn't know what he's doing, or the guy behind the microphone that doesn't know what he's doing. You're sensing a common theme here. Anyway.
Yeah, you're lying. That's what I'm sensing. You're lying.
So we've decided to make this a regular segment because you have a wealth of experience under your snazzy fedora there, and it's been very kind of you to kind of want to pass some information on to those of us who are wondering, how we can make use of this extra time that we have on our hands. So without further ado, I'm just going to let you talk about the thing that you want to talk about, and we'll go from there. And if I can jump in and be of a help, then I'll do so. But here we go. Walter
Awesome.
Riggy, take it away.
Thanks, buddy. So I guess the main one that is coming up quite a bit lately is I got so much time on my hands. Not me, I mean just people saying this, right? Saying I got so much time on my hands that I'll just do stuff for free. So as much as I love the word free, especially when anybody probably would love that when they're the recipient of free, but when you're somebody that's relying on something and you want to maybe make $1 or something, free is not a cool word because it costs. Free is not free. It costs. It costs you time. It costs you your skill. It costs you your credibility. It costs a lot of things. Free is not free. Right? So to be given the opportunity to do something and not come across with free is extremely important. So I guess one of the cool ways to combat free is to figure out, okay, what's the situation? So, for example, let's say a few weeks ago when there was actually entertainment in clubs and restaurants that we could all go to, there was always a complaint by some player of some sort saying, well, I was asked to do this gig and it's like for exposure. I'm supposed to do this for free. Like, why would I want exposure? Like, I got to put stuff on the table. I got things to do. So they would shy away from the gig. And I would always ask them and say, why did you stop? Like, why did you shy away from it? Well, I don't want to work for free. Like, I'm like 35, I'm 40, I'm 42, whatever the number was that the person was talking about. It doesn't make sense to me. Why should I play for free? So I tried to explain to them, listen, it's an opportunity to perform, but you can negotiate something. If they can't pay you in money and you're at a restaurant or a fast food joint or whatever it is that has entertainment, you're doing your guitar, maybe a guy in a kayak or something like that, why don't you negotiate for some gift certificates? What's wrong with that? Say, listen, I normally charge, I don't know, I'm going to pick a number, $300 to do this gig. And you're not going to pay me $300, give me $300 worth of gift certificates. Now you're getting somewhere because you still have to eat. So why not go there and patronize the place? So that offers a lot of help from a point of view of your credibility, because not only did you get paid gift certificates, but You're going to come in and eat. You're going to bring somebody to eat with you. And the bar owner that hired you sees that you're bringing in business. Next time you negotiate, I'm sure they're going to say, well, listen, I don't know, maybe we'll do 50-50. I'll give you gift certificates and some cash. So now you're developing something. So if you go in as free and you play for free for the exposure, it's like, oh, I got nothing better, I'll do it. Aside from the damage that you're doing to your credibility, but you're also hurting other people who are going to try to do that gig too. So now you look like one of that C word, that scab word, or S word, that scab word, right? You don't want to be that type of person. You want to be that going in with a value to what you're worth. So free is a bad word. Negotiate it. Just ask. Because the worst thing they can say is like, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. Okay, well then you were never serious of having me as an entertainer. Whether you don't like my style of music, you don't like my voice, you don't like my keyboard, you don't like my guitar, or you just don't like anything. So don't do it.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that while cash is king, as they say, that the age old tried and true method of the barter system always works as well, and it may be something that if you can make that concession where you're still getting rewarded for your effort, you can certainly then, like you said, start to build a relationship with that place moving forward. And then who knows, that whole, scratching each other's back scenarios can kind of maybe prove more lucrative in the long run than just simply saying no based on the fact that, I can't really make those concessions.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same thing within the studio too, right? Like people will come and well, a while ago they used to don't really do that anymore in my studio, but they used to come and say, "Oh, let me play," and I'll snap a picture on MySpace. It was back then, right? I'll put it up there and you get some exposure. And I would say like, "Listen, this space is not free, man." Right? So let's do something here. Let's work something out. So whether it was like they could have been in the business of garbage hauling or something like that, or some sort of thing that they were doing, a business of sorts. Okay, well then let's barter that out. Let's trade that out, value for value, because I'm not going to come to you and say, hey, listen, I've got like 2 BFI bins in the back, I need dumped out, and you're going to do it for free.
Right.
You're going to say, well, I got gas, I got all kinds of stuff to deal with. I'm not going to do it for free. Well, then why would you expect me to do it for free? So the barter thing is important.
Agreed, and I think it's often overlooked. Absolutely. How often do you find yourself in a position now? After you are established. How often do you find yourself in a position now where you do operate on a barter system as opposed to just straight up? It's going to be X number of dollars per hour, and at the end of it, this is your bill, and thank you very much. Do you still kind of encourage that bartering system or that back scratching kind of trading of services?
To be honest with you, I've in the past, maybe 10 years, I've only bartered one time, and that was because I needed some work done here in the studio, and the person that was extremely capable of doing it was kind of like, we looked at each other, it's kind of like, you wanna? It's like, yeah, okay, let's barter. So that was it. Otherwise than that, generally, no. People that will come here, they won't ask for bartering. They won't even like offer any suggestions of let's do this, let's do that in place of a barter, because they're here to work and they realize that it's not a guy with a laptop and headphones and say, hey, I'm going to make the next the Journey album.
Gotcha.
Right, so yeah, it's a place for creativity and stuff. Now, on the other hand, if I'm inspired by someone's character, they're a really nice person and they're genuine and they come across like they're not going to hurt my cat, right? And they've got something really good, and it's like, wow, this could be really something special. Then I'll offer. I say, you know what? I've got some time coming up that it's not booked. Why don't you come?
Yeah.
You know?
I've been on the receiving end of that. I'm not exactly sure why, but one of these days we're going to make that happen. I was just about ready to do it, and then we got told we can't go anywhere. So that didn't work out so well. What else do you have for us? I'm not sure where to go on this segment yet because it's kind of the ball is more or less in your court. So I'm kind of operating more on the reacting side of things than the directing side of things. So
Was there any questions? Anybody? I don't have my
Oh,
chat on
yeah,
speaker.
no, no, nobody. It's relatively quiet. Relatively quiet on the chat front. Which is kind of to be expected. I think as this thing becomes more regular, people will understand that this is going to be kind of a set time ish that we can get together. So yeah, we'll roll on regardless, one way or another.
Right. Well, okay, let's go with some experiences that you've had. Like, for example, you've played a million different places and you've been around forever in a dog age. So, have you ever been approached with your band and say, "Hey, listen, you guys want to do this for exposure at this park?"
All the time, all the time. And it is a really difficult situation to be in because we don't immediately go to the barter system. We immediately go to shutdown mode. And it's because I think we've become so reactive to that question, where it does honestly does feel like a devaluation of your abilities, right? It's like a couple of times when it's gotten really antagonistic, and I'm not going to put names out there or anything like that, but there have been a couple of times where it's gotten really antagonistic. I just like to flip that around and say, to a bar or whatever, I'm hosting a party, an intimate little party of about 30 friends, and I'd love for your bar to be there and get exposed, and I can't afford to pay you, but if you could bring some drinks and sling some sandwiches, that'd be great, and you can have all the free exposure you want. And it's often when you turn it around like that people sort of realize what it is that they're actually asking you to do. But I think now, having had this conversation, the more productive way to look at it would be to approach them, like you said, and say, okay, great. I understand that maybe you're not in a position where cash flow is something that you can readily part with. Why don't we look at doing something like, a gift certificate or, whatever, something else that still shows that you value what I'm trying to bring to the table,
Right.
I think. And it also breeds something else that this area deals with. And I'm sure it's not just this area. I'm sure it's all over the place. But there are people who feel that they are worth a certain amount of recompense for the time that they put in, because they've been doing it for so long, because they're ultra professional, because they're absolutely fantastic. They all have their reasons, and usually they're very valid reasons. And they will say that this is my price, and that's the bottom line. And sometimes venues will say, well, okay, that's fine. We're not interested. The guy down the street's going to do it for, $50 or whatever.
Right.
And I always caution, not caution the venues necessarily, but just put it out there like this. There are always going to be people that undercut, and sometimes there are great people that undercut, and that shouldn't happen, because you should know what your value is and ask for that value. But oftentimes the people that are undercut are just because they're not yet at a level where they should be performing in public, or at least at the point where the act is polished enough. And the problem with that, in my opinion, is that once you start getting in a certain unpolished group, or an unpolished group of groups or group of individuals, you generally become known as the place that has that type or that level of quality of performance. And then it's extremely hard for you to get a better level in there, because maybe it's not proving as popular as, and now you're in a self-perpetuating cycle where, because you've initially made that concession and wanted to kind of save a few dollars, now you're not going to be able to attract the kind of talent where that dollar figure is a little bit higher, and for very good reason. I'm not speaking about myself. I'm speaking of people like Dusty Annunzio and Chris McLean and folks like that, who are absolute masters of their craft. And certainly like Al Hendry and his band. Like, these are people who put in the time, put in the homework, put in the work to develop that craft, and they're absolutely worth every nickel that you give them. So I don't know. It's such a touchy subject, and it's such a regardless of what opinion you're going to have on it or what your personal stance is, you're going to run the risk of offending everybody. So, hopefully now I haven't offended half the planet with my little commentary there. Thanks, Walter. That's
no, not at all. Not at all. Look, see, you're bringing to light a lot of things that people don't see, like behind the scenes and what's going on. And yeah, there's 2 points I want to touch upon that in your statements here. One is, yeah, we go for a gig somewhere, and all of a sudden it's like, well, we can get this band that can do this for 30% cheaper. It's like, okay, well, how can we barter their balance? And then they'll say, oh, okay, well, we can give you some gift certificates once again. We can make you guys, maybe we'll give you an extra week somewhere else in our calendar, because it's all about negotiation, right? Like musicians a lot of musicians I know, they're lawyers, they're business people, and they just do this as a release to get away from whatever, husbands, wives, kids, grandchildren, whatever. They just want to get out and just blow off some steam, right? But they still know how to negotiate, and they still get out there and they fight, right? It's like, okay, well, we're worth $300 a man, just as to say, right? Which is kind of tough, but it's just to say, right? Well, we can get the same band and play the same kind of music you do for $150 a man. All right, fine. We'll do $150, but what do you do? So it's like, well, aside from my restaurant, I also have a trucking company, or I have a florist. I've got whatever. Okay, great. Well, let's make it up with that. So you still make your worth. The bar owner is happy because they've reduced some of their costs, because maybe they've had a bad week. Because if a bar is doing well, or a restaurant's doing well, and you go and say, I want this amount of money, they're going to give it to you. They're happy to do that because it's like, okay, well, we're successful. We can pay it. And we're all like that. When you got a couple extra bucks, oh yeah, I'll buy this, or I'll spend money on here, and I'll do that, because you got the extra money, and it's not going to hurt. So that's the mentality of a lot of these bars that they do. Now I'm going to take you into my time machine cab and go back to the future, or go back to the past, right?
Okay.
About the late '80s, mid '90s, and there was bars, restaurants, laundromats, you name it. There was places to play everywhere. And the lineup started at 8 o'clock at night, and they would go on until about 11 or 12 o'clock at night. There was still lineup outside. People still wanted to get in. They wanted to have a good time and party and do the drinking and drink as much as they wanted back then, because they had a ride, they took care of themselves. Yeah, there was drunk driving and stuff like that, but it was about as much as it is today, because it still goes on. Never got rid of it. It still goes on. But they had levels for musicians. They had levels of bars in different categories. So, for example, they had the A circuit, the B circuit, the C circuit. I'm sure you remember this, Chris, right?
I started out in the C circuit and probably still am there.
Easy with that, man. Don't make me reach through there and straighten you out. But all these circuits were there, and this is going along with what you were saying about the mediocre to subpar musicians, right? Like, you really had to work your tail off to get into that bottom circuit, because the agency at the time, they really didn't want crap. They wanted something decent, at least decent, to start in the C circuit. And then after you've done your time and you played and you really tried to get tight, they pushed you up to the B circuit, a little bit more money. And then when you were just like a killer band, been around for the circuit for a few years, and you had a following, back in the day, that was a following. People come out and see the band because they loved the guys, and it was a fun time. Then they push you to the A circuit, and now you were really working. You were working like 4 nights a week, 5 nights a week. It was a lot of fun. And I personally have a couple of friends who, for I think 10 or 15 years, they were professional musicians making $500-600 a week.
Yeah.
Back then.
Couple things with that. When I first started in this, and I'm a young buck as far as many of the folks that I hang around with. I really started getting into playing in clubs when it was the mid '90s. So I mean, yeah, I'm a relatively newcomer. But I'll tell you that one of the things that was just on its way out when I started was the concept that you had to audition to get into play someplace. And that very quickly disappeared. And what you ended up having was that anybody could play anywhere at any time. And that was great because it gave people like me an opportunity that had no foothold in the community whatsoever, in the performing world whatsoever, an opportunity to perform. The problem was it gave everybody an opportunity to perform, and oftentimes you would find that there are people that just weren't ready yet. And I want to go back a little bit and say it's not that you're bad, and it's not that the what you're doing is bad. It's just that there's an element of practice and preparedness, just like there is in every profession, because frankly what we do is a profession and a craft. There's a difference between a journeyman carpenter and a master carpenter, right? Anyway, so these folks that weren't quite ready yet and weren't quite prepared yet, oftentimes would kind of drive the clientele out of the bar. And you started to get into this situation now where they say, okay, well, I can pay a band, $800 for the night, and I'm not really sure what they're going to play, and I'm not really sure if they're going to keep or draw people in, or I can pay a DJ $200 or $300 a night, and they're going to play top 40 music, and people are going to be dancing, and everybody's going to be happy. And it didn't take long for that kind of unfiltered stuff to really drive that balance very unbalanced, I guess, what I'm trying to say in a very roundabout way. Again, trying to be super politically correct about that it's not necessarily that what you're doing is bad. There's different levels of readiness. And I think that helped kind of blur the lines, unfortunately, between the A, B, and C circuit bands or clubs, because really we don't see that much of that anymore, nor do we see the people that go out to follow a band in particular very often, nor do we see, with the wealth of entertainment that people have available to them today, people going out all that often to catch live bands. So I think it's a multifaceted problem that we're kind of facing.
Yeah, for sure. I remember that period too, when all of a sudden the C circuit bands were playing A clubs, and you're kind of like, when did you guys get promoted, right? What's up with that? And that had a lot to do. Yeah, that had a lot to do with the agency at the time that was handling all that and structuring all that. They started to, I think either they sold out or he had stopped, or I forget what it was now. There was something about it terminating the service that this gentleman was doing, his agency was doing. And it fell down to one of his subordinates or a few of his subordinates to handle over. And it just wasn't the same, right? There's a reason why the subordinate's a subordinate. And the captain's a captain, right? There's a reason why, right? Yep. And I remember that. It's like we were playing at the Canada Tavern, for example, right? You're playing, that was like an A bar. That was like the epitome. You played there and you were playing like, it was 1,000 people or something insane. There was a lot of people in there. And the next week or the next gig band that went in there was like, you guys were just playing down at A bars, which is no longer there anymore. Anyway, so I can mention these names.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, well, what happened there? So you find out that the agency's kind of loosening it up. So now because the agency was no longer doing that, now all the clubs were like, okay, well, if we can bring in these cheaper bands, we can save money because we just brought in these headliners, and these guys were like expensive, and so they were playing the money game, right, the number game, and that along with what was it called, the ride program, that started to squash everything, because people were like, well, okay, I'll follow that band, but I had a really good time here the night before, so I'll spend a little bit of time here and then I'll go follow the band. Well, they would go over there, and those people that they were trying to connect with, or they weren't there anymore, they were already somewhere else. So it became a real confusion for the patrons.
Yeah.
So it started to fall apart.
You touch on an important point there about the agency aspect. As far as I know, there is no booking agency anymore in Windsor. And it's fallen to the club owners now to be responsible for booking talent. And I think that it's not necessarily all the time that it's a money game. It's just that they're already so busy running their establishments, doing food orders, drink orders, staffing, cleanliness, all that, hygiene, all the things that are responsible for running their business normally. And now they have to wear the snazzy fedora of booking agent as well, where they may not be coming from a place of education. So they're just rolling the dice. And yeah. I think it's really unfortunate. And I think that, having a reputable filtered booking agency again in this city would do wonders, and would maybe help build that scene back up and start to do that kind of structuring again, where you have, the the apprentice and the journeyman and the professional, right? Like you start to make those differentiations, and I'll happily play with all the apprentices. We're awesome, and we'll get there. We'll get there one day.
That's it. I'm going to go through this phone for sure now.
I want to put a comment in here. Jocelyn has rejoined us from working on her own personal music, and I can't wait to hear it. Her first comment is that she loves the fedora, Walter, so please don't get rid of it. But she says her uncles had a big band in Windsor back in the day called Barrel House in the A circuit that played for something like 20 years. And it's so cool to hear your description of the circuit, since she wasn't alive in that time. But I remember Barrel House, and I remember the day that Barrel House played their last gig, I believe, and it was newsworthy. Like the news came out to cover it.
Yes, they were. Dan Laporte actually and we played together for about 3 years after Barrel House broke up. So he was singing, I was performing and stuff like that. And all those guys, they were just phenomenal people. And yeah, they were probably, if not the best band at the time. It was them and the Players Band. I'm not sure about the Players Band, first of all, but that was Don Henderson, and Larry Thompson was on keyboards. Bob Scott was on bass.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, well, Players Band, they formed because Don Henderson, the guitar player, bought a place on Wellington and turned it into tune-ups. It was a bar.
Okay.
So he basically created a house band out of the players he wanted to have. So he would, the best that I can remember is he hired them on as employees, and that was your gig. That was it.
Yeah, what we would call a residency now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or house band. Yeah, residency. I like residency better than house band.
Yeah, it makes us sound more like doctors.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. It is. But yeah, Barrel House, they were a fantastic band. Now, this goes back to something I was just going to bring up, and I'm probably going to get hate mail, but it doesn't matter. Okay. The one problem with all the years I've been performing and seeing musicians and having fun with musicians and loving all the musicians I can, but one problem I found is that one band never has the same musicians. It's like, okay, I'll play in this band, but I can play in that band, I get this other band. They got like 3 or 4 bands going on. Now, I think that's a disservice to the word group, because you can have the same set of guys do a tribute act and maybe do a bar act and maybe do a country thing, and it's just same guys. That's one thing, because now you're expanding your repertoire as a performer, and you're expanding the market that your band can play. So it makes you more valuable. So you can do that. And the musicianship between all of you guys doing the same thing, playing with the same people, having the same heartbeat, knowing when that drummer's going to be doing that fill and when that bass player's going to be doing that, like that's super, super important, because it puts on a show. You're performing now, and people want to see that. It's like, that's very extremely important. So if you're playing with one band ABC, and then you're playing with DEF and then HIJ, how do you develop that chemistry?
Yeah. It's it goes back to, one of the things that I've always felt very lucky about, the guys that I currently work with, and we have a tribute project as well, that you were instrumental in helping promote, and it is very much there's a phrase that I always go back to, and that is, there's a large difference between 6 guys playing the same song and 6 guys being a band. There is a feeling of a gelling, and exactly what you just said. I know when Paul Richard on the drums, for example, is going to do a thing. I know when Jean-Marc is going to do something on the bass. I know when Lee and Jim are going to want to do something on the guitar, and it's almost an unspoken trust between all of us that we're comfortable enough and we're in each other's groove enough that we can make those decisions and those leaps of spontaneity and have it come across as a polished act, even because we've been together for so long. It's like a family. It really is. And you're right. I think that while the temptation is there to play with as many different people as possible, because frankly the days of $300 a guy, unless you're in the corporate circuit, are gone. I will tell you that I am extremely fortunate to get $100 a guy for a 6-piece band. that almost never happens. So,
Yeah.
those days are well past. So the temptation certainly is there that the more, the thought is the more people that I play with, the more financially rewarding it can be for me because I have more opportunity. The problem is that what you don't see is that it's the more the product becomes diluted because you can't give the same level of focus and professionalism to all these different projects. You may be a wonderful musician and you may be a fantastic player and you may be an extremely uber talented dude, but the point is you cannot create those connections with the other players on a really meaningful level. You can certainly pull it off where it sounds decent, but it's not going to be the same as performing with a regular group for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that old key word of being tight, right? It's like you get to a point where you have that family connection, that gel with that band, and all of a sudden you know when that stop is going to happen, and nobody's looking at each other, and it's like boom, and you're like, oh, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's just, it's always, no matter how many times you've done that stop and how many times you hit it dead nuts, you're always looking at each other going like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Actually, it's funny because there's at the end of the videos, I put up a title card, like an end title card that has a picture of me that somebody snapped when we were playing at the Lion's Head, and it captures me at that exact moment where Jim started doing something on the guitar, and it was absolutely so perfect and so tight that I looked over and I gave him this huge smile of like, this is it. We've reached the point now where we are one cohesive unit. So pay attention at the end of the broadcast if you stick around that long. When you see that title card come up, now you'll know what the smirk is about, because a lot of people have commented. They'll be like, what's going on there? What's the story behind that picture? The story behind that picture is I finally realized that we had gotten to that point where everything was just firing on all cylinders and it was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, for sure. Just to wrap up my point of many bands, musicians playing in many different bands, the argument comes back all the time. It's kind of like, well, there's not enough gigs. What are we supposed to do? Right? Well, my answer is that you're playing the wrong music. Because if you're playing the right music, you're going to be in demand. If you're playing Moni Moni and Twist and Shout, like every band, every musician has done it. They're still doing it, and they can't get out of it because that's easy stuff. Like, CF and G, I'm done, or this and that. Well, that's not cool. It's not challenging enough, and it's not going to get you paid anything more than minimum bare bones minimum, because it's like, you guys play the same stuff as everybody else. Well, that's not good, right? So if you start playing things a little bit more difficult, more intricate, more danceable maybe, or maybe more how can I say, more sonically challenging or more vocally challenging, things that are complicated, like somebody's band that I know that plays Pink Floyd like tremendously spectacular. I don't know what I'm talking about there, but
They sound like a great bunch of guys.
They do. They sound like a great bunch of guys. But see, that's the magic. You're doing stuff like that, and the people want to hire. People want to come and see you because they don't want to listen to the same Moni and stuff. It's been dead and done. Do something different.
Yeah,
I know myself.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say it's for me myself. I like to come out and see something different. If I'm gonna come out and see a band, I want to see something different as a musician and even as a spectator. I want to enjoy the night. And okay, play me some Fleetwood Mac. Play me some Yes. Play me some I don't know, Third Eye Blind. Play me something
Unexpected.
That's going to sit back and
that's the adage that we added to our band when we decided that we were going to do it, was that we weren't going to play the same thing that everybody was going to play, because and my logic for that was really simple. Listen, if all I'm going to do is play Blow It High Dough, or New Orleans is Sinking, or Roadhouse Blues, or any of these other songs that everybody has on their roster, why on earth would you come to see me unless we're really good friends? What I want to do is I want to play a song that you forgot that you loved, give you a reason to come back to see my band because nobody else is playing it, right? But I think, to your point, you also have to be very careful about, picking the kind of venues that are appropriate to the kind of music that you're playing. So, for example, I know that my band will never get booked at a dance club because we don't play dance music, and I'm okay with that. And if it means that we do a few less gigs because of it, that's fine, because the quality of those gigs and the quality of the product that we're going to be delivering is higher. I would rather do fewer higher quality gigs than many more watered down gigs. I think is where I kind of land on that side of it.
Yeah, and you guys did it really well. I remember, excuse me, not too long ago, I came to see you guys at the casino, J Sharp Major, your other band, right? And which is all the same players, by the way, right? This is the Pink
Yep.
Floyd.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I came out and I was with a few people, and I'm like, okay, I never heard Jay Sharp at that time. Right? I only heard the Pink Floyd and all that stuff you guys are doing. So when I finally came out and listened, I'm going like, okay, well, looks like a rock band. They're gonna play same stuff, right? The first song you played, I'm trying to remember what it was now. Was it Springfield? I think it was, or oh shoot, the Cars. I forget what it was. It was some song that I sat back and I looked over. I said, really? Okay, let's listen to this one. So listen all the way to the end, and then the next song you played, I'm going like, really? And to the point where like the people I was listening to, I'm like, dude, you gonna shut it off for a while and like enjoy our company, or what's the deal here, right? And my response was like, but listen to them. They're playing stuff that bands around here don't do. At least I've never heard.
Yeah, and you know, right. It's just to get that, you know, in our opinion, and again, it's not going to work for everybody, but for us, it works very well. Is that the number one comment I get from people that come to see the show is, "I can't believe you just played that," and that's now become our slogan, right? Because you know, listen, nobody came out of the womb loving AC/DC, and nobody came out of the womb loving, you know, Wham and all that kind of stuff. You had to be exposed to it to the first time sometime. And just because you may be hearing a song for the first time doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, right? And there are lots of cool songs that people, you know, they're not in heavy rotation. They're certainly not in heavy rotation of bands normally. So I think it's really cool when we play something that people are like, oh man, I totally forgot about that tune. That's great. I love that song. And again, this is not to take away from you know, any other band that are doing the things that they're doing and are incredibly successful doing those things. That's great. That's your bag of tricks and what you want to do, and the following that you have appreciates it, and you know God bless you for it. We just want to do things, you know, our own way, and live with whatever those consequences may be. What else do you have for us? This is turning into the marathon. I feel like we've tangentized quite a bit from our original scope here. I may have to rein myself in, but
no, I think it's all tied together with the free, right? Because we've addressed the free, how to deal with it, and then we've addressed the fact of being band whores. I don't know if any other word for it, but that could be it, right? And we're addressing the fact of how to be unique. So all these points, if you put them all together, it helps you fight free, right? So I don't think I'm not going against you. If you think we're going off on a tangent, you're the host, so you would probably say, hey, Walt, you're wrong. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm wrong, right? That's fine.
No,
but at least it's giving rules.
Yeah, no, I think you managed to sew that up quite nicely, actually, as a matter of fact. And I just want to point out that you know, I hope this isn't coming across like an advertisement for J Sharp Major. I mean, I can only speak for that group because that's what I'm a part of. So, you know, this is not designed to kind of pump up the.
No, don't apologize for that. Listen, I'm going to cut you off here. You're not supposed to cut off a host, but I'm going to cut you off here because your band is really, really good. You guys do something unique. You guys do something tasteful. And just close your ears, shut the headphones off for a while, because I got to tell the world exactly, if they haven't seen you, how good you guys are. You guys are really good. And it's pleasant to come and listen because, like I said, I was there with a bunch of people, and they said, hey, dude, shut it off. Like, you know, zoning back here. And I'm a musician, so if musician to musician, if you can impress another musician, that means you're doing something well, right? It's like, okay, you're hitting the right points, which is good. So, yes, I'm going to say it's an advertisement for J Sharp Major because why not? I've got no invested interest in this conversation aside from talking to you, right?
Who do I make the checkout? Who do I make the checkout again to? Is that Walter with a W? Is that?
Well, listen, if you're offering me money, well, just come to the studio. We'll call it even on that.
There you go. Yeah, excellent. All right. I want to close this off with a comment that's pretty accurate. Dave Jr., who plays in the Ride. We spoke with him, if not yesterday, a couple of days ago, and also does some fantastic community outreach work with Canerfest. he says hitting around the southern rock era with fitting classic rock has worked good for us too, for the same reason that you don't hear a lot of it too much anywhere. So he gets the point, and I really hope that, you know, if there are people in bands that, you know, adhere to a more traditional playlist, maybe because of the venues that they play at, please understand I'm not coming from a point of criticism. I'm just coming from a point of, we just want to do things a different way because that's where our headspace is at. It's not certainly not a knock on, you know, people's abilities or people's choice in music. The wonderful thing about music is that it's highly subjective, right? So that means Walter can like things that I don't like, and vice versa, and it makes it okay. Um, and you know, it goes back to, there's a guy that came in here yesterday and said, "Would you agree that David Gilmour is among the top 3 guitarists in the world?" And I said, "Well, he can be among the top 3 guitarists in the world for me, and maybe for you, but I mean, there are so many different styles of playing and so many different styles of music and so many different players out there that, am I going to say that David Gilmour is the top 3 bluegrass guitarists in the world? Absolutely not. Is he the top 3 country guitar players? Absolutely not. Is David Gilmour the top 3 Pink Floyd guitar players? Absolutely. In fact, I'd put him at number 1. So,
you know, that's fantastic that you say that, because some people say, no, Geddy Lee is the best bass player ever. It's like, well, okay, for his band, he's the best bass player ever, right? So, and I'm not knocking his playing; he's phenomenal. But you've got people like Jocko, for Pete's sake. Holy mackerel! Like, that guy just revolutionized bass. If you look at it, right, all the things that he's done. And what's the other guy? He plays like 3 fingers at a time bass. Oh shoot, I'm forgetting his name right now. He's about 60 fingers or so.
3 fingers. The only person I'm thinking of is Steve Harris from Iron Maiden, but with
Yeah,
that running gallopy kind of doom 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 doom.
Oh, what's his name? Shoot, he's playing with Pomeroy from Dream Theater.
Tony Levin. Tony Levin.
No, the incarnation I saw was the other guy. Oh my God, what's his name? I just had his name on my. He's just superb. He's like, you look at him, you're like, what the heck are you doing, man? Like, is that even like human? Like, just, he's got the right finger length. He's got the right strength in each finger. Everything is naturally born with that talent, right?
Yeah, for
sure.
So
just to elaborate on your point, I guess it depends on how that musician affected you personally when you were listening to that song. Then you've got a connection with him. You emotionally connected with him, and then he's the best.
Yeah, for sure. And again, he may be the best for you, and he's absolutely the best version of himself, and that's all that really counts anyway. So, yeah. Perfect. Walter, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for giving of your time. And we'll do it again next week with another segment, and I'll try not to tangentize off too much. And if I do, I can trust that you're just going to wrap things right up and sew it right back up into a neat little bundle for me. That was great. Thank you so much.
My friend, it's a complete honor, and I'm so proud of you doing this, man. You're doing a great job. We all need to see this.
Thanks, man. It's fun, and we'll do it until it no longer becomes fun, I guess. All right, Walter. Until next Wednesday, be safe and make music.
You too.
All right, my friend. Cheers. Well, that was the incomparable Walter Riggy, bringing us pearls of wisdom and a few pearl drum sets I think I saw behind him, or pearl drums. That's how I was making my pearly pun. Anyway, we are going to go back to some more music right now so that I can take a really quick break and take care of some housekeeping. I have here a submission from Mr. Rob Shepley, who has been challenging me with all of these really intricate covers, I guess. And I'm very happy that he's brought in a song from his group, or a group that he's part of, with AJ. And I'm sorry, I don't know the other members of the band. So if he's still listening, if you can maybe type in the other members of the band, that would be great. They are collectively known as the Dirty River Band. And while Walter was doing this, I should have been diligent enough to type out the information, but I'll do that when it starts playing. I hope they'll forgive me for being a little tardy in that. But again, we go back to the thing that I'm just one guy. And I'm trying to wear 17 different hats. And I don't look good in any of them, unlike Walter, who's rocking the fedora. Or maybe I'll just take one quick second and look here and see what the name of the song is. The name of the song is Get By. There we go. All right. I'm just going to update this information. And then we are going to cross our fingers and pray to whatever deities we choose that when I right click on the media thing, it's not going to blow up in a giant giant technological mess. Rob Shupsley says Norm Lasselin and Renee Sharon. And Norm, yes, I should have remembered that name because he has this great T-shirt, and I'm a man of T-shirts, and it says, New York, Paris, Los Angeles, Stony Point. I love it. I desperately want it. All right, so let's see if we can pull this up. Fingers crossed. If it crashes, I do apologize, and we'll go from there. But hopefully, this is the Dirty River Band with Get By.
Just don't know the price. The time it takes just slips away. Bleeding with no one to be happy someday, but we get by. Oh, we get by. Yeah, entertained by childish things, distracted for seconds by the joy it brings. Looking for ways to make it last. Then hung up on failures and joys of the past, but we get by. Oh, we get by. Oh, we get by.
Look at that. We didn't crash. We didn't crash because it was an excellent track. That's why. That was the Dirty River Band with Get By. And yes, there's my second mistake, Rob. Thank you for pointing that out. St. Joachim, not Stony Point. It had an S in it. I was close. Oh, boy. All right. Well, let's try this one. We haven't done this one in a little while, and it's fun. I think I may not have done this on the good stream, maybe only the poopy stream. And now the poopy stream is in danger of being no more because there will be so many great other quality videos going up that the poopy stream will be a thing of the past. Again, if you are listening to this and you are a musician with some stuff that you would like to share, I'm more than happy to play it on the show, providing the software doesn't crash. and yeah, we can expose some folks to what you're doing. Up to you. Happy to help. Love to hear it. I'm a music guy. All right, let's see if we can do this. Now, did I make it long enough? Let's see. We did. Now let's just do it right. You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. You may find yourself in another part of the world. You may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile. You may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. You may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. You may ask yourself, how do I work this? You may ask yourself, where is that large automobile? You may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. You may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was, 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 same as it ever was. It's the same as it ever was. Same as it ever was, same as it ever was. Water dissolving, water removing. There's water at the bottom of the ocean. Carry the water at the bottom of the ocean. Remove the water at the bottom of the ocean. Water move, water move, water move. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again, into the silent water. Once in a lifetime, there is water underground. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. You may ask yourself, what is this beautiful house? You may ask yourself, where does that highway go to? You may ask yourself, am I right? Am I wrong? You may tell yourself, my God, what have I done? Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again, into the silent water. Once in a lifetime, there is time, there's water underground. Same as it ever was. It's the same as it ever was. 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 Here's a shocker. It's the same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. All right. Mr. Chris Ballister, one of his favorite Talking Heads tunes. Nice one. Well, thank you very much. I also enjoyed that Talking Heads tune immensely. High Hopes from the Division Bell. Never played it before. And it's got that funky halftime beat, and it's got that cool little piano riff in there. Oh, wow. Rob, you are stretching my Pink Floyd knowledge and my performance ability. High Hopes. You know, so I'm a fan of a bunch of different eclectic music, and I love all kinds of different things. I'll listen to, in my car, the only thing I have on is the classical station and a jazz station at night, WRCJ 90.9, my absolute favorite, classical days and jazzy nights. But I also listen to a lot of other stuff. I listen to funk and punk and ska and hardcore, and some actually been getting into quite a lot of what I call symphonic metal. And one of the bands that I've been introduced to is a Finnish heavy metal band called Nightwish, and they do a version of High Hopes. That was my roundabout way that I was getting back to this. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out here. So this says it's in C minor, which means it's in A flat, right? No, C minor would mean it's in E flat. Or C minor, I guess you could be in a minor key. I never understood that. I always look at, if somebody tells me it's in C minor, I think of the relative major. I'm just goofy like that. So that's close, but it's not right. I think that's it. I think that's pretty darn close. If it's not it exactly, it's close enough for our intents and purposes. So let's see. The beat for it is going to be... Except it does have a halftime beat. Huh. Can we forgive the fact that it's just going to be a straight beat? No, I can't forgive that. Okay. So let's try it. Let's figure this out here. We're going to have... See, my timing is just off when I don't have that, when it's a half beat. So it's like, that's better. Now what we'll do is we'll record the full beat on phrase number 2. So now we can kick that on and off whenever we want. Okay, so that being said, we're sort of prepared.
Beyond the horizon of the place we lived when we were young, in a world of magnets and miracles, our thoughts strayed constantly and without boundary. The ringing of the division bell had begun. Along the long road and down the causeway, they still meet there by the cut. There was a ragged band who followed in our footsteps, running before times took our dreams away, leaving the myriad small creatures trying to tie us to the ground, to a life consumed by slow decay. The grass was greener, the light was brighter, when friends surrounded, the nights of wonder. Bridges glowing behind us, to a glimpse of how green it was on the other side. Steps taken forwards, but sleepwalking back against the again, dragged down by the force of some sleeping tide. At a higher altitude with the flag unfurled, reach the dizzy heights of that dreamed of world. By desire and ambition, there's a hunger still unsatisfied. Our weary eyes still stray to the horizon. Down this road we've been so many times. The grass was greener, the light was brighter, surrounded, the nights of wonder, with friends surrounded, the dawn mist glowing, the water flowing, endless river, forever and ever.
There you go. Not gonna lie, I don't think that was terrible for the first time ever. That's a tough song, man. There's a lot of like orchestration, and I don't think I did that middle part right. It changes keys, and the cool thing is that they don't actually put the chords on here. They just do it and they switch from chords to tab, which for a piano player doesn't help me very much. So I was just guessing sonically. Maybe we made it work. Maybe we didn't. Not entirely sure what happened there, but worth a shot. Well, thank you, Teresa Shepley. That's most kind of you. I'm more impressed than anything else that I was able to get the. Sometimes you just hear it and it works. It's great. I was very happy about that. Well, I do want to play another tune that because I'm really digging this whole. I mean, I'm all about music, and I'm all about bringing other people's music into the forefront, and wherever I can. And and it gives me a little bit of a break too, which is kind of nice. But I do want to play. There's a fellow that used to be in the very first version of J Sharp Major, Mr. Colton Summers Young. He's an absolute fantastic musician. You have no doubt seen him around town if you have been anywhere where there's live music in the last 10 years. This guy has played more open mics, done more gigs in a year than most people do in 3 or 4 years. And he's got a song that he wrote specifically for this pandemic, which is kind of interesting. I love it when creative types get creative with their music during times when it would normally be a bit of a struggle. And one of the things that Colton struggles with is being away from being away from people and being away from performance, like we all do as performers. And so yeah, he's written a song called the Antisocial Anxiety, and he recorded it with Luke Michaud right before this whole lockdown thing happened. So again, we're going to flip over to the media page, and we're going to hope and pray to the OBS gods that it doesn't crash. So far, we seem to be doing pretty good. But here we go. This is going to be Antisocial Anxiety, if it works. Cross our fingers.
And I don't hear a whisper, no one to be found. The only thing I'm hearing is the deafening sound of the thoughts and anger inside my head, not knowing what to do. I just want to sing and scream and dance with all of you. So let's throw a party, a social gathering of sorts. Forget the world's falling apart. Antisocial anxiety. Yeah, it's something new to me. I only wish that I could leave, so we be all together once again. And I hardly remember anybody's face. I need to leave this place. I feel soon I'll be forgotten. Never gonna be the same. No one to help ease the pain of all the things I've said and done. How much more will come? I can't see past this black hole, eating away at my
Well, there you have it. If there is a bright spot to come out of this at all, it's that creative types are finding themselves be creative and being able to express their frustrations creatively rather than, buying a bazooka and going out and taking out a building. So there you have it. Brand new music out of this time of isolation, rallying against the isolation. Mr. Colton Summers Young with antisocial anxiety. And I think a lot of us can relate. We need that human connection. We need to get out and talk to our friends and talk to our strangers to become friends and carry on conversations and pat each other on the back and high five and hug and fist bump and all that stuff that we're going to get back to one day, but just not yet. Right now, we got to satisfy ourselves with this, and it's not bad, but it's not the real thing, but it's close. Jocelyn says, love Colton stuff. Caught him again last time I was visiting. Always so impressed you can't walk past a bar with his music playing and not have to walk in. Agreed. Master talent. An amazing singer, guitar player, flautist. Among, there's many other instruments he plays, but those are the three primary things. And I was very fortunate enough to be able to play with Colton and Paul Richard in the original J Sharp Major Trio for 3 years. And then we went and, we brought some people on board. And then the thing is, Colton got so busy with his solo stuff and the financial opportunity, because that's what he does full time, was there for him. And, we had to make them mutually beneficial, I guess. That's not the right word. I don't know. We parted ways amicably, but we miss him all the time. He was a great bandmate to have and a pleasure to make music with. And I've known him since he was this big. So from the days when I would go over and bring instruments over and we'd all jam together. Yeah, I miss those days. And I miss you, Colton. All right, let's see here. Let's try this guy on for size. That's part number 2. Let's try it. Never tried this song either. I just saw it pop up in the list, and maybe we'll have some fun.
No, it sounds kind of funny, but I just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow. Seems to me, girl, you know I've done all that I can. You see, I'm begged for, stolen, I'm borrowed. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Why in the world would anybody put chains on me? You know I paid my dues to make it. somebody wants me to be what they want me to be. And I'm not happy when I try to fake it, no. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. I wanna be high, so high. I wanna be free to know the things I do are right. I wanna be free, just be obeyed. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Wanna be high, so high. I wanna be free, know the things I do right. I wanna be free just to see your babe. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Sunday morning.
There we go. A first time for everything and everything in its first time. Woo! All righty. Well, now let's see what we can do here. Any Eagles? You betcha. At the risk of this video getting banned for the rest of existence. But yeah, we can do some of that for sure. For sure. I want to try this one before the Eagles real quick. terrible wood block. What was that? This whole software crash at the beginning of the night has just thrown my whole groove off. Oh, man. One more time, and if we can't get it, then we'll move on to the Eagles.
You'll remember me when the west wind moves among the fields of barley. You can tell the sun in his jealous sky when we walked in fields of gold. So she took her love for to gaze a while among the fields of barley. In her arms she fell as her hair came down among the fields of gold. Will you stay with me? Will you be my love among the fields of barley? You can tell the sun in his jealous sky when we walked in fields of gold. I never made promises lightly, and there have been some that I've broken. But I swear in the days still left, we will walk in fields of gold. We will walk in fields of gold. I never made promises lightly, and there have been some that I've broken. But I swear in the days still left, we will walk in fields of gold. We will walk in fields of gold. Many years have passed since those summer days among the fields of barley. See the children run as the sun goes down, as you lie in fields of gold. You'll remember me when the west wind moves among the fields of barley. You can tell the sun in his jealous sky walked in fields of gold. When we walked in fields of gold. When we walked in fields of gold. People stay far away from the door if there's a chance of it opening up. They hear a voice in the hall outside and hope that it just passes by. Some people live with the fear of a touch and the anger of having been a fool. They will not listen to anyone, so nobody tells them a lie. I know you don't wanna hear what I say. I know you're gonna keep turning away, but I've been there, and if I can survive, I can keep you alive. I'm not above going through it again. Not above being cool for a while. If you're cruel to me, I'll understand. Some people hope for a miracle cure. Some people figure they can never win. They're willing to lay down and die because I am the innocent man.
Couldn't resist that little mashup at the end. It was just the thing the doctor ordered for me. If I had known the rest of the words and could sing in a better falsetto, I would have gone on with it. Ha ha. And yeah, the snap worked out pretty well, right? Especially with that echo. So good. So good. Oh, Mr. Dave Jr. with an excellent request. I believe in love. Let's see how difficult that one's going to be. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. That's a great overdub orchestra part in there. It reminds me, like, Elton's got a lot of really cool, like, in that Have Mercy on the Criminal. He's got a lot of that really cool riff stuff. So let's see here. We're going to try it, Dave, just for you. We're going to try it just for you. And what would a rhythm section be without E flat above high C? Your friend and mine. Well, for better or worse, Dave, this is what it is. I've not heard this song very often, but hopefully it'll be adequate. I believe in love.
It's all we got. Love has no boundaries, 'cause there's nothing to touch. War makes money, cancer sleeps. Cool up my father, that means something to me. Churches and dictators, politics and papers, everything crumbles sooner or later. But love, I believe in love. I believe in love. It's all we got. Love has no boundaries, borders to cross. Love's simple, hate breeds. Those who think different is the child of disease. Father and son, big love guns, families together, kill someone without love. I believe in love. Without love, I wouldn't believe in anything that lives and breathes. Without love, I'd have no anger. I wouldn't believe in the right to stand here. Without love, I wouldn't believe, couldn't believe in you, and I wouldn't believe in me. Without love, I believe in love. I believe in love. I believe in love.
Close. I couldn't get that orchestration part off the top of my head. That where was that when I needed it before? Oh dear. Yeah, Dave, we should try this together when it's all over. You betcha. On the Dark Side. You know, that's a Bruce Springsteen song. I don't know if you know that. I think On the Dark Side. No, that's not. Oh no, was it? It was I know it was the guy that from Eddie and the Cruisers. But I thought it was a Springsteen song that somebody else performed. But maybe not. On the Dark Side. Now, the thing is, I've heard the song. Yeah, John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band, but I thought it was a Springsteen song that he did, or maybe I'm getting it confused because he did it as Eddie and the Cruisers, or it was done in Eddie and the Cruisers. The problem is that I've only heard the chorus, so I just need to look at the verses here and see. I'm gonna have to listen to it. I'm gonna have to listen to it because it's like it's sort of in the back of my head, but it's not enough that I'm familiar enough to do it. Because I know it goes like it's got something like or like. Yeah, I need to hear it first a little bit better. I'm sorry. We'll earmark it. Is that acceptable? We'll earmark it. It's like Shelley Martinico. She asked for "Please Come to Boston," and like again, I know the chorus of that song, but I couldn't remember the verses. How the verses went to save my life. So we will earmark it. And Sean, I know you had asked for it before, and I should have paid more attention and listened to it. But I didn't. I've been busy trying to be, host, production assistant, graphic designer, guest booker, audio engineer. There's so much to doing this, and I'm doing it every day. That's there's a lot. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm just saying there's a lot. I'm thinking that we could take one more quick pause for some more. I know excuses. I know. Yeah. Well, come on over, Sean. You can help me. I want to do one more song by a local fellows. These guys are fantastic. It's a band called Border Patrol. If you've ever seen them, they have a new album that's coming out, and they were supposed to have a release party, an album release party that obviously isn't going to happen now. Because of the whole pandemic thing is what I'm trying to say, as I'm trying to wear the hat of the file management person as well. Anyway, so we're gonna try it. I think you're gonna dig these guys. I really dig these guys, and when this is all over, if you're in the Windsor Essex County area and you can make a chance to go see them, I would heartily recommend it. We are going to desperately again pray for the OBS gods to be merciful as I right click on the media and we try to play this MP3. If it crashes out, it crashes out, and we'll pick it up again later. But here we go. Let's see if we can do the Border Patrol, and the name of the song is A Bit Better, which I think is something we can all relate to. Don't you? I think so. This is one of the gentlemen that I had on as a guest, actually. Cody Howard is one of the fine folks in this band. So without further ado, let us pray to the gods and hope that it works. We'll be right back.
I had a planning in my head, it was a good one. I had a plan and in my head it seemed just fine. I'd simply say goodbye to those I love at Christmas, and then come home and blow the meat out of my mind. When I returned, the room was still riddled with rubbish. When I returned, the room was lonely as before. But somewhere between broken bottles and the mattress, I found the will to keep my brains off of the floor. A little bit better, still bad. A little bit better, still bad. Days come and go, got nothing to show. You still might be better off dead. I went to work and tried to focus on the future. I went to work and tried to focus on the screen. But every task I
I took on seemed to leave me lower. So I browsed the news and drank too much caffeine. The more I sat, the more my mind made pins and needles. The more I sat, the more the dread dug in my chest. I fantasize of all the ways that I would end it, from the safety of my swivel chair and desk. A little bit better, still bad. A little bit better, still bad. Called your family today, had nothing to say, but you didn't give in to the dread. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I woke up and stared for hours at the ceiling. I woke up and stared for hours at the wall. I didn't feel remorse for not wanting to be here. I didn't feel too much of anything at all. But there was nothing that could hurt me in that moment. And there was nothing for me in the life I knew. In that moment, something unexpected happened. Out of nothing, something grew. A little bit better, 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 a little bit better.
Oh, well, there you have it. How wonderful was that? There was a banjo in there. I know there was going to be a banjo in there. Heads up. I just never like to mention it because all of a sudden the banjophobics just go, oh my God, there's a jangly sound. What are we going to do? That's the hand motion they make while they're running away. That's like in those Japanese anime manga things. These are like the background wishing by me as I run, frantically with my huge Japanese manga eyes that I can't make. I don't know where that came from. I do. My kids were watching manga last night when I got done the show. So, Jocelyn Lepore says, reminds me of the band Never Shout Never. I've never heard of them, but you can be darn sure I'm going to look them up now. All right, let's see here. Let's see if we can do this one. Get some funky Canadiana going up. Two wood blocks. Some cowbell just for Mr. Sean Fathers because I let him down with the other thing. Well, that's the beat. Let's do the intro, though.
Inside, find a corner where I can hide. Silent footsteps drowning me. Sudden darkness where I can see. No sugar tonight in my coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea. No sugar to stand beside me. No sugar to run with me. Down, do da, down, down, do down, do da, down, down. In the silence of her mind, quiet moments where I can find, grab it for me with her eyes. I know I'm falling from her skies. No sugar tonight in my coffee, no sugar tonight in my tea, no sugar to stand beside me, no sugar to run with me. Jocko says yes, and I believe when we talk about the things I say. She hasn't got the faith or the guts to leave when we're saying each other's way. You're driven back down to places you've been to. You wonder what you're gonna find. You know you've been wrong, but it won't be long before you leave them all far behind. Cause it's the new Mother Nature taking over. It's the new splendid lady come to call home. It's the new Mother Nature taking over. She's getting us all. She's getting us all. Jocko said no when I came back last time, feeling like I lost a friend. There's no use calling cause the sky is falling and I'm getting pretty near the end. Smoke-filled room in a corner basement, situation must be right. A bag of goodies and a bottle of wine, we're gonna get it all right tonight. Cause it's the new Mother Nature taking over. It's the new splendid lady come to call home. It's the new Mother Nature taking over. She's getting us all. She's getting us all. Getting us all.
Let's try this. I don't know.
Lonely feeling deep inside. Find a corner where I can hide. Silent footsteps crowding me. Sudden darkness that I can see. Lonely feeling deep inside.
See, that's where it gets goofy. One of these days I'm going to get that looper right. It works differently.
But Jocko says yes, and I believe when we talk about the things I say. She hasn't got the faith or the guts to leave when send each other's way. You're driven back down to places you've been to. You wonder what you're gonna find. You know you've been wrong, but it won't be done before you leave them all far behind. Cause it's the new Mother Nature taking over. It's the new spent lady come to call home. It's the new Mother Nature taking over. She's getting us all. She's getting us all. She's getting us all. Getting us all. Down dee da down, down dee da, down dee da bow, down bow, bow dee da bow, down dee da, bow dee da bow, down bow. No sugar. No sugar.
Disappointed with myself in that one. Gotta say. It's this other vocal looper. I gotta get the other mic hooked over back up here to this looper, and that way I can get it in line with the loop that's going on. And when you're trying to coordinate two of them, and it just doesn't work right. I know. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Well, how can I make it up to you, Sean? I know we'll play Dead Flowers. How about that?
When you're sitting there in your self-posted chair, talking to some rich folks that you know, I hope you won't see me in my ragged company. You know that I could never be alone. Take me down, little Susie, take me down. I know you think you're the queen of the underground. You can send me dead flowers every morning. Send me dead flowers by the mail. Send me dead flowers at my wedding. And I won't forget to put roses on your grave. back in your rose pink Cadillac, making bets on Kentucky Derby Day. I'll be in my basement room with a needle and a spoon. Another girl can take my pain away. Take me down, little Susie, take me down. Oh, I know you think you're the queen of the underground. You can send me dead flowers every morning. Send me dead flowers by the mail. Send me dead flowers to my wedding. And I won't forget to put roses on your grave. Take me down, little Susie, take me down. I know you think you're the queen of the underground. You can send me dead flowers every morning. Send me dead flowers by U.S. mail. See you with dead flowers at my wedding. Won't forget to put roses on your grave. Won't forget to put roses on your grave.
It makes me think of one of those. Remember those records we had as kids that where it would read a book to us and be like, and then the good fairy said, "I shall meet you in the land of Nevernod. When you hear this sound, turn the page." That's what goes through my head. I know. I'm disturbed. I get it. All right. My apologies for the snurgling into the microphone, but the congestion, she is getting unbearable at this point. All right. Well, we got time for one more. And I want to play this one because I haven't played it in a few days. And it's an important one. So here we go.
love for you. Look in my eyes, what I'm going through. 'Cause even if we change and we fall out of, you hold my hand and it's better than love. You save me from myself. You got my back when I need help. There's no one else in the world. You will always be my girl. You will always be. You will always be. You will always be my girl. And sometimes dreams, they don't come true. I was scared of that when I met you. Well, I stayed patient, I was kind, telling you to take your time. You turned my life around. You made it okay to let you down. There's no one else in the world. You will always be my girl. You will always be. You will always be. You will always be my girl. So when I'm walking down the road and I'm feeling mad, 'cause I can't understand the things you do, and nothing turns out the way we've planned, you're still my baby and I'm still your man. You saved me from myself. You got my back when I need help. There's no one else in the world. You will always be my girl. You will always be. You will always be. You will always be my girl. You will always be. You will always be. You will always be my girl.
Well, there you have it, folks. The end of another successful evening, except for that one glitch where we crashed out halfway through. Oh, Lord. However, it is what it is. I thank you for your patience. I thank you for being with me this evening. Jocelyn and I never get tired of you guys wanting to listen to those songs. So there you go. Trying to find some more variety in what I'm doing. I think over the past few days, we've been pretty successful with some fantastic requests from our listening audience. And thank you, as always, to our guests who graced us with their presence. Thank you to David Michael, who got these snazzy new graphics up here going. Those are pretty cool, eh? Not bad. We're almost starting to look pretty good. Starting to look semi-professional around here. I tell you what. I don't know where that came from. Want to mention the people that are kind enough to offset the cost of some of this streaming, and that is, of course, our friends at Rockstar Music Hall. the Platinum Room, Windsor Weddings, and Border City Dance Company. So for those of you who are unaware, and I'm going to be putting together some little voiceover stuff that we can play as additional breaks so I can get up and stretch a little bit. But Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier concert and club venue with catering and all good stuff, full production. They got a lot of exciting plans in the works for post-apocalypse that we're in right now. We're going to have a big post-apocalypse party. They put on all kinds of great shows. Their drag shows are fantastic. They got some live theater stuff that goes on. It's amazing. Right above them is the Platinum Room, which is an event hall that does full catering, full services, DJ services, the whole ball of wax. And inside that building is also Windsor Weddings. So if you wanted to plan your wedding, whether it's a Rockstar wedding or a Platinum Room wedding, both of which are the very height of their game, you can hire the Windsor Wedding folks to do everything from the catering to the event planning to DJ services to even finding you the officiant so you can get married right at the venue without having to travel outside. And the Border City Dance Company is also in that building under the direction of Melissa Williams, whose work has been far-reaching in the celebrity world. Name dropping with that delightful lady is something to behold. We're talking people like Prince, for example, that she's done work with, she's done some choreography for some major shows. So You Think You Can Dance Canada, for example, being one of them. So feel free to check them out. You can see them rotating down here, right down here, along with our guests. Make sure you check them out and get in touch with them if you have any questions. My name's Chris. It's been a pleasure to be with you, for lack of a better word. Create that sense of community, create that connection between people. And we'll end this broadcast the way that we've ended every one of them. Be nice, be kind. It takes no effort to be human. It takes extraordinary effort to be any way else. And now, if you remember from before, when you see this end card with my coy smile, you'll know what that coy smile is all about. Thanks to Mr. Walter Riggy and having that conversation. More conversations tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Until then, good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow.